it's recovered by the Broncos. And Boomers couldn't get the kickoff. Doyle will pass the ball, and it's caught for a touchdown. Boise State, I don't think it was a trick. I think they just made something out of nothing. Troy Grizzle will catch the ball for the touchdown. Boise State will win for the 15th time in a row at home. Tie Alabama now for the longest winning streak. Boise State goes to 4-2 on the season, 2-0 in the Mountain West with a 41-25 win over New Mexico.
UNLV.
Rush comes, Calandria hit as he throws. It's intercepted at the 40 by McCoy. He's going to have his second pick six of the season. Boise State wins this game 56-31.
Nevada.
Doyle angling for the far sideline. Let's see where he pins it down. It's going to bounce for 3. Come back to the 6. Did a Nevada player touch it foolishly?
Ball was first touched by Nevada and recovered by Boise State.
4th down and a half yard to go. Quarterback Steve Madsen, he gets the push from behind by Grizzle, and he should be into the end zone. And finally a touchdown for the Broncos on the quarterback sneak. Boise State is going to win this one 24-3.
Colorado State.
Cut forth, lateral to Bates. Bates throwing it downfield to Wagner. The tight end, he made a one-handed catch. What a marvelous catch. And another run up the middle to Sherrod. He's going to bounce it to the left side, and Sherrod's going to score. 24 yards. And Malik Sherrod with that run is going to go over 2,000 yards in his career. Final score, the Broncos win it 49-21.
Utah State.
Riley gets to the outside and will score. Riley followed the blocking on the right side, went in untouched. 6-yard touchdown run, and the Broncos leapfrog Utah State. They lead by 1 with 2:26 to go. Barnes going to heave it down the field, and the ball is caught by the receiver. They're saying he caught it, but the time is out.
That's the ball game.
So you can give him the yardage. Who cares? Boise State battles back and wins it 25-24.
Mountain West Championship.
Madsen flushed out of the pocket, rolls to the right side, still with the ball. Madsen tucks it under, dives, and Maddox Madsen is in. Scampers 10 yards, and the Broncos draw first blood, lead at 6-0. Landry gets the snap for Rush, steps up in the pocket and will go down. Jaden Virgin Morgan got him. 3 backs behind Madsen. It's a run to Gaines. Gaines is in. They power him over left guard, following Randolph and Casey. And the Broncos have their 2-score lead again. Gaines on the 1-yard run scores. Madsen takes the knee. 3 years in a row, the Broncos, Mountain West champions. They get it done. 38-21 over UNLV.
This is the LA Bowl. Here's the voice of the Broncos, Bob Wheeler.
The 28th year in a row, the Broncos are bowl eligible, and the 37th time in school history have won a conference championship. Boise State needed to win its last 2 regular season games as well as last week's Mountain West championship over UNLV to earn its 7th Mountain West title in 15 seasons and lock up a spot in today's LA Bowl. Quarterback Maddox Madsen had injured his foot and ankle on November 1st, returned to action on December 5th. I knew he was ready when he ran the ball in for the game's first touchdown. Madsen gets the snap, Rush comes. Madsen flushed out of the pocket, rolls to the right side, still with the ball. Madsen tucks it under, dives, and Maddox Madsen is in. Madsen with his 3rd rushing touchdown against UNLV in his career. Scampers 10 yards, and the Broncos draw first blood, lead at 6-0. Madsen earned offensive MVP honors, throwing for 3 touchdowns and 289 yards. The ball is on the UNLV 7. Capel's in motion. Madsen looking to throw. Madsen back in the end zone, wide open in the back corner of the end zone. Cam Bates, 3rd catch, and the Broncos lead it 20-0. The Broncos' 21-0 lead was cut to 28-21 late in the 3rd quarter. Early in the 4th quarter, Boise State faced a 3rd and 3 from the UNLV 47. And Madsen made his most important throw of the game. Madsen under center, going to throw for it. Madsen throws the ball. Penry with a catch at the 42, escorted by Capels. Capels gets a block. Penry will get tackled at the 1. Boise State with a huge gain of 47 yards, and they've got a 1st and goal at the 1. That set up Sire Gaines for a 1-yard TD run and put Boise State up 2 scores again, 35-21. The defense then came up big, harassing Rebel quarterback Anthony Calandria all night, and finally shut the door. Calandria back to pass in the pocket. Flushed out, and he'll be sacked. Big sack. Marco Notriani with a huge one. Big loss on the play. The ball will be marked back at the 45 of Boise State. A 50-yard Colton Boomer field goal made the final score Boise State 38 and UNLV 21, and set off another post-game party on the Blue. With a week's turnaround, the 9-4 Broncos are at SoFi Stadium in L.A. to take on the University of Washington. The Mountain America Credit Union pregame show with former Bronco lineman Pete Cavender and me, Bob Beeler, coming up next on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
My name is Angie, and I smoked for 25 years before I finally quit. Honest attempts, I would have to say at least a dozen. I've smoked all my daughter's life. Even said that she'd give up her birthday presents if I'd quit, and that broke my heart. I don't feel like I have that ugliness tethered to me anymore, and the only way to get rid of it is to go through some discomfort for a little while, and trust me, the discomfort is completely worth it. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW or visit projectfilter.org.
This tailgate season, don't just show up, show out. With the Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day, you're cooking real food, real fast. Smash burgers, breakfast burritos, street tacos. Whatever the crew's craving, it's on. Sturdy legs, flamethrower ignition. Easy to pack, hard to beat. Tailgating just got a serious upgrade. Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day. Flat out flavor wherever you park. Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether you bleed blue and orange on game day or every day, now you can show your Boise State pride wherever you shop. Pre-order the newest Bronco debit card exclusively from Mountain America. And for a limited time, score a $150 bonus when you pair your new card with a MyStyle checking account. Get details at macu.com/BSU or apply at your nearest Mountain America branch. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
St. Luke's and Boise State are partners in education and health. Through scholarships and internships for students, support for programs and faculty, and collaboration on health-related research. Together, we're preparing tomorrow's healthcare professionals and investing in the people and programs that build healthy, livable, caring communities. St. Luke's and Boise State, proud to be blue.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today. Based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Welcome to the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. Sports your Bronco pride with a Boise State debit card from Mountain America, the official credit union of the Broncos. Details at any Mountain America branch. Membership required, and it's based upon eligibility. Bob Beeler and Pete Cavender live from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Boise State in the LA Bowl taking on Washington. The Broncos 9-4. Mountain West champs. The Huskies at 8-4 out of the Big Ten. That still sounds weird. Today will be the last game for Boise State as a member of the Mountain West. And they closed it out with 3 straight titles. They really had to work for the 23 and the 25, coming from behind, earning a spot in the championship game and winning it. Last year, hands down, Boise State had the best team in the conference and led it from start to finish. So, Pete, when you look at this run, 15 years in the conference, 7 titles. That's almost 50% of the league championships. What are you going to think about when you think of Boise State's run in the Mountain West?
Well, not only that, but I'm going to add in also those 3 appearances in the conference championship title game where Boise fell short. So in 15 years, Boise State won 7 conference championships and was in running 10 times. So absolutely unbelievable run by Boise State. It was a decade of dominance after just a great run in the Big West, the WAC. Again, Boise State champions and kings of the Mountain West.
Today, the big news, Boise State had 4 first-team Mountain West performers. A couple weeks ago, they lost cornerback Amarion McCoy, who led the team with 4 interceptions, to a knee injury. This weekend, they lost Cage Casey, their left tackle, all-conference left tackle, opting out for the NFL. Pete, thoughts on that, and then thoughts on where the line's going to be, because no Dalen Matoyer. He was injured last week, so the Broncos will be without their 2 starting tackles against a pretty formidable defense.
There's no doubt about it. You look at Washington, you said formidable defense, just do a great job, just really holding teams below 20 points per game. Only 103 yards rushing per game they give up defensively. So the running game, to me, for Boise State, they want to win this football game, has to be there some way, somehow, without Dalen Matoyer at right tackle and Cage Casey at left tackle. Of course, I love Cage Casey. Of course, he dominated for 3 years. But as a team captain, I don't necessarily think it would have hurt for him to be on the sidelines and sweats cheering on his team, taking that leadership role. And I also thought it might have been a good idea to get a good quality game under your belt against a Power 4 opponent. Really, all the conversations for the group of 5s or Boise State's getting towards the NFL draft as well. They didn't play any competition. So this would have been a great game in my mind for Cage Casey to prove himself that he's worthy maybe of a 1st, 2nd, 3rd round pick. But of course, Cage Casey's moving on to the NFL and watching this one from home.
Kyle Cox, Jake Steele are supposed to start at left tackle and right tackle. Cox had 1 start last year at right tackle. That's it. Steele has not started at all. So you played in the line, Pete. What's going through those guys' minds now that those guys are front and center having to play?
Well, the thing about all the offensive line positions, you look at center, you look at guards, you get a lot of help in those areas. But when you're playing tackle on the outsides, not a whole lot of help. You're essentially on an island very similar to the defensive back, and it's one-on-one against all those speed rushers. The concern for me, those backups, is they maybe have not seen the speed of Washington State's edge rushers, and so it's going to be important for them to try to make up for that without losing fundamentals, because they have to try to, again, get the running game going for Boise State and somehow create a big pocket for Maddox Matson to stand tall and strong in.
And looking back to last week, Maddox Matson, I thought played about as well as you could ask for coming off basically missing a month's worth of action. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions passing, throwing for nearly 300 yards. He got 289. He had a rushing touchdown to set the tone early. I thought he outplayed the Offensive Player of the Year in the conference, Anthony Calandria. What are we looking for from him today?
Well, I think the biggest thing for Maddox Matson is just trying to prove that he's a capable quarterback at this level. At the Mountain West level, he is great. When he played against the Oregon, the Penn States, the Notre Dames of the world, he has struggled. And I think some of that goes to the running game, too, because he is better when there's a threat there, the running attack, and he can play action off of it. But I think Maddox Matson, the biggest thing for him is just his leadership, his toughness. And, again, he has to make plays and not roll out a whole lot. Make sure he stay in that pocket and deliver that ball accurately.
Washington's quarterback, DeMond Williams Jr., is a lot like Calandria in that he is one of the better runners for the team as well as the thrower. He's thrown for 2,850 yards, so he needs 150 yards today to get to 3,000 for the season. He's also rushed for 595 yards, and remember, in college, that number is really higher because sacks come off the running total. He has thrown 8 interceptions this season, which is not a bad number, Pete, but he has thrown 6 of the 8 in losses. And I saw a graphic on the Oregon game that I was watching. It says after he throws a pick in those games, his numbers really deteriorate. I guess he hasn't handled adversity that well.
Yeah, it's almost similar to Boise State, Washington, kind of the 2 edges of the yin and yang. To go on top of that, you look at sacks. During Washington's 8 wins this season, only given up 7 sacks. Their 4 losses, they've given up 22. You look at Demon Williams, the quarterback for Washington, 8-1 when he's throwing 63% or higher, 0 for 3 when he's below 63%. So again, that goes back to my point I almost talk about weekly. Boise State has to try to find a way defensively to win in the trenches, get pressure on the quarterback, get sacks, and hopefully hold them below those measurables we just spoke about.
And Pete, last year Boise State had a record 55 sacks. This year just 23. So they need to do a little better job today. Boise State has partnered with Mountain America Credit Union to bring you first downs for Bronco life. During the regular season, with each Bronco first down, Mountain America donated $50 to the Bronco Life program. Mountain America, the official credit union of the Broncos. We'll take this time out. We come back, we'll hear from Bronco head coach Spencer Danielson. That's next when we continue on the Mountain America Credit Union pregame show on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today. Based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
At Select Health, we believe health insurance should be simple. And when we say simple, we mean simple. So we'll get right to the point. We'll never stop working to provide you with clear, easy-to-understand coverage and benefits that give you faster, better access to care. Because helping you get the care you need is the entire reason we exist. It's really that simple. Select Health. Insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
My name is Angie, and I smoked for 25 years before I finally quit. Honest attempts, I would have to say at least a dozen. I've smoked all my daughter's life, even said that she'd give up her birthday presents if I'd quit, and that broke my heart. I don't feel like I have that ugliness tethered to me anymore, and the only way to get rid of it is to go through some discomfort for a little while, and trust me, the discomfort is completely worth it. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW or visit projectfilter.org.
When the game turns, turn to Mountain View Equipment Company and Kloss, your trusted team for top-tier farm equipment across Idaho, Oregon, and eastern Washington. From Kloss forage harvesters and combines to tractors built for every acre, we've got you covered from planting to harvest. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mountain View Equipment proudly serves you from Meridian, Jerome, Homedale, and Sunnyside. Mountain View Equipment Company and Kloss, always ready because uptime matters. Visit mtvieweq.com. Go Broncos!
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
At Tamarack Resort, adventure comes with mountain modern experiences. Feel the rush of downhill skiing, the satisfaction of a perfect golf swing, and the tranquility of lake life. End your day with unforgettable cuisine, sophisticated amenities, and warm community spirit. Whether you're a first-time visitor, a long-time resident, or a Bronco, Tamarack invites you to create memories that will last a lifetime. Experience mountains as they should be at tamarackidaho.com today.
We're back on the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show at the LA Bowl, and you can show your Broncos spirit with a Boise State Alumni Visa credit card from Mountain America Credit Union, the official credit union of the Broncos. It features low rates and amazing rewards. Details at macu.com/BSU. Time now to hear from Spencer Danielson, and Spencer's interviews are presented by Boss Retirement Solutions. He is 24-7 as a head coach. He has 3 conference championships in the championship game era. The only other coach to do it in his first 3 years, Lincoln Riley, when he was at Oklahoma. Here's my conversation from last night with the head coach of the Broncos.
Coach, this team has won 3 games in a row. Where do you think you guys improved the most to get yourself to those 3 wins to get here?
Yeah, I'm just proud of our team, and I'm proud of them really just playing really, really hard and doing it together, right? I mean, you look at Utah State, finding a way to win down the fourth quarter. They played for each other. They played hard, and they just never quit. And I think that's what I'm so proud of. And then no different in the championship game, right? I mean, by the grace of God and our players not flinching, we got back to the championship game all in the blue, and they did the same. Played hard, played for each other, and that's why we're here.
Spencer, when I look at the last couple of games against power teams, Notre Dame, Penn State, tough challenges. Washington, size-wise, looks pretty similar to those kind of teams. So what did you learn playing those two teams that you think might help you today?
Yeah, we can't make the same mistakes we made against some of these really good teams. You're not going to have a chance to get out of the holes you dig. And so we got to play our best. We don't need to be perfect. We're going to make some mistakes, but turnovers and some of the really pivotal, critical errors we just can't have happen. And we got to continue to play really hard. And even if things don't go our way on a play, the game's not over. We got to stay in the fight. But these games are going to come down to explosive plays and turnovers, and especially in the big games like this is, we got to protect the football. We got to find a way to create some takeaways.
Talk a little bit about your offensive line. A little depleted coming into the game today. Dalen Latoyer got hurt last week, won't play. Cage Casey has opted to get ready for the NFL draft. So you're down 2 starting tackles. How does the line look? How do you work the line, and how big of day is it going to be for them?
Yeah, it's next man up, and obviously it's tough when your 2 starting tackles are down, but it's next man up. And I'm proud of Jake Steele and Kyle Cox stepping up this week, and they've had a really good week of practice. And I believe in the offensive line, it's 5 strands are way stronger than 1, right? So they got to play really well together, and together we're going to be fine.
When you look at the quarterback battle last week, I thought Maddox Madsen won it over Calandria for UNLV. He's going against another guy that's pretty similar, can make plays with his legs, throw the ball as well. So how do we get better play out of quarterback by accentuating Maddox and taking things away from Williams?
Yeah, first off, Maddox has got to be really smart with the football. In these type games, you got to really be he's got to make good decisions, which he will. The moment's not going to be too big for Maddox. And Maddox is going to find a way to make plays. He's going to scramble for a first down. He's going to find the open. He's a gamer, and he needs to be tomorrow. No different on the other side. I mean, Williams is a gamer too for Washington. I mean, he can make things people miss with his feet. He can make all the throws, and it's going to be a great matchup.
How much more difficult as a defensive guy is it when the quarterback is maybe one of the 2 best runners on the team?
Yeah, it's hard to keep him in. I mean, we saw a little bit of it with Calandria last week. And Williams is really no different. I mean, he's maybe a little more athletic than Calandria, but they're very similar players. But, I mean, Williams can make every single throw. And he's got, a couple big-time receivers, one of them number 12, Boston, that's going to be probably a future first-round pick. So we got our work cut out for us, but our guys have had a great week of practice and excited to go cut loose.
Way to beat them is by possessing the ball, and then obviously when you get in the red zone, cashing in. Their numbers against the run look pretty darn good. So how do we get our running backs to be able to at least hit their average of, say, 180?
Yeah, they've done a really good job stopping the run. They've also done a really good job in really holding teams to low points. I mean, they're one of the top scoring defenses in the country. They're also one of the top scoring offenses in the country. So that's why they're one of the best teams, right? And so we just got to make our plays. We have to make sure that we win first and second down, so we're playing third and manageable. And then we got to pick our shots. When we get in the red zone, we have to score touchdowns. A game like this, you can't come away with field goals all the time and be successful.
This game to me seems more like a regular season game just because it's such a quick turnaround. Does it have a different feel than some of the other bowl games? When I think last year, what do we have, 2-3 weeks between games?
Yeah, it definitely feels just kind of like another week. We came here on a Thursday, which is no different than South Florida, Notre Dame when we traveled, right? So it definitely doesn't feel much like a bowl game, but there's a lot around it being the last time around our seniors, and especially playing an opponent like Washington.
All right, give me the recipe. What's it going to take to beat the Huskies?
Yeah, very similar to kind of what got us here. I mean, everything's going to come down to how hard we play and how physical we play. I believe if we do that for 4 quarters, we're going to take them to deep water, and then it's going to be very uncomfortable for them late in the game. And then we got to win the explosive and turnover battle. And just the message to our team is, man, what legacy do you want to leave, right? So proud of our team, 3-peat, all we've been through in here, but it's not done. The job's not done. We serve a God of completion. We got to finish what we started, and excited for our guys to do that tonight.
Spencer, thanks so much for your time. All the best against Washington.
Thanks, Bob.
And that was head coach Spencer Danielson, and his interviews are presented by Boss Retirement Solutions. This season, turnovers are presented by Mountain View Equipment Company. When the game turns, turn to Mountain View Equipment Company, your locally owned Idaho farm equipment dealer. They're proud to offer Claas tractors, choppers and combines renowned for their commitment to quality and reliability. Mountain View Equipment Company in Meridian on I-84 next to Roaring Springs Water Park. We'll be back to check in on the Washington Huskies with their head coach, Jedd Fisch. That's next. We're back on the Mountain America Credit Union pregame show on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Get your head in the game and out of the checkout line with Albertsons Drive Up and Go. Place an order online and our team will select the freshest ingredients, crunchiest snacks, and coolest refreshments so you have everything you need for game day. When you pull up for the play, we'll send out our team for the handoff so you can make a break for the end zone. Albertsons is the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics. Just download our new Albertsons for You deals and delivery app, place your order, and drive up and go Broncos! Hey Bronco fans, Bob Beeler here to tell you all about Event Rent, the official partner of Boise State Athletics. Tailgate season might be wrapping up, but the celebrations don't stop there. Whether you're hosting a wedding, company holiday party, or backyard gathering, Event Rent has you covered with tents, tables, chairs, linens, heaters, and more. My preferred choice when choosing rentals is Event Rent, conveniently located on Eagle Road just off the freeway. Visit IdahoEventRent.com.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Bronco Nation knows a little something about home field advantage, and these partners bring that same energy to your home. Give it up for your Boise State home team. Atkinson's Mirror and Glass, Blind Appeal, Cloverdale Plumbing Company, Dodd Roofing, Nampa Floors and Interiors, RowPaint.com, Snake River Pool and Spa, Boucher Real Estate, and Mr. Mud Concrete. When you need help at home, make them a part of your home team.
Hey Bronco fans, make your neighborhood Jacksons your go-to spot for game day prep with specials on all of your snacking necessities. Don't miss a second of the game. A stop at Jackson's helps you get in the store and out the door with all of your game time favorites quickly and easily. Jackson's even keeps household essentials like milk, eggs, and bread in stock for a fast grocery trip. Jackson's is a proud sponsor of Boise State University. Go Broncos!
Jackson's. Let's go. You guys like my new Broncos hoodie? It just saved me 20% on my oil change.
Wait, what?
Every Friday, get 20% off at Valvoline Instant Oil Change when you wear your Broncos gear. No appointment, and you stay in your car while they work.
That's smoother than our tailgate playlist.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is the official oil change partner of the Boise State Broncos. Visit VIOC.com/Broncos.
Welcome back to the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. Sports your Bronco pride with a Boise State debit card from Mountain America, the official credit union of the Broncos. Details in any Mountain America branch, membership required, and it's based upon eligibility. Again, our coaching interviews are presented by Boss Retirement Solutions, and we'll hear now from Jedd Fisch from yesterday's press conference. He's in his second year with the Huskies, record of 14-11, 8-4 this year, 6-7 last year, losing in the Sun Bowl. His offense averages 34 points a game. That's 22nd best in the country, and they are outstanding on third downs, 51%, which is 6th best in the country. I asked Fisch yesterday at the press conference what makes his offense good.
Offensively, I think we've done a really nice job of having balance. We have some really good runners, and it's good that they're all healthy and ready to go. When we have our receivers ready to go, which they will be tomorrow, it gives us pretty good ability to air it out as well. And our quarterback is somebody that's physically able to run and throw. So offensively, we're pretty balanced. I think we do a good job there in situational football.
Washington's defense has been stout all season. They allow an average of just 19 points a game. They give up only 104 yards rushing per contest, 17th best in the country.
Defensively, we've really gotten to a point that we've been really good against the run. I think over the last, and really good in scoring defense. There hasn't been a team. I think 26 points is the most we've given up all year in a game. And that was this past week in a game against Oregon where it was 26-14. So I think that our guys do a really nice job rallying to the ball, but we also play the most amount of freshmen. So I never know what it's going to look like on a Saturday.
And Washington coach Jed Fish was asked what he thought about playing in this bowl game.
Treat every bowl game like a championship opportunity. If they're keeping scoring, there's a trophy or a belt or both. You got to be able to compete for that. And, for us, what we look for is we say there's always something you can learn from championship opportunities. And when you have, this is the last game. And I think our guys did a really good job from last season to this season of improving. And that was Damon's second ever start was our bowl game. And now we're looking at his, 15th start. So he's really grown, but he's also only 19 and he's a true sophomore. So these championship opportunities, especially in a stadium like this, especially with the fact that it's right after the Heisman, so there's going to be a ton of eyes on him. I think this is a great opportunity for him to be able to lead our team and really for the rest of our players to really be able to use last year's Sun Bowl experience and now against a new opponent, see how good we can play this year.
That was Washington head coach Jed Fish. This season, the Broncos have partnered with Nampa Floors and Interiors to bring you Kicks for a Cause, benefiting Make-A-Wish Idaho. For every field goal and extra point, Nampa Floors donated $100 and rounded up their regular season total to an incredible $10,000. Thank you, Nampa Floors, for your continued support of the Broncos and Make-A-Wish Idaho. More to come on the Mountain America Credit Union pregame show. It's Boise State and Washington. Back on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether you bleed blue and orange on game day or every day, now you can show your Boise State pride wherever you shop. Pre-order the newest Bronco debit card exclusively from Mountain America. And for a limited time, score a $150 bonus when you pair your new card with a MyStyle checking account. Get details at macu.com/BSU or apply at your nearest Mountain America branch. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
When you're on the move and looking for nonstop college sports action, get the Varsity Network app and take the game with you everywhere. Stream live play-by-play from schools across the country right from your phone, free. Catch hundreds of weekly podcasts, including shows from your favorite teams, all in one place. From football Saturdays to midweek hoops, it's your all-access pass to the college sports world. Whether it's game day or just your daily drive, the Varsity Network app has you covered. Download now and listen live for free on the Varsity Network app.
Have you thought about your health insurance for next year? If not, now's the time to do it. It's open enrollment, the time of year where you can enroll in, renew, or change your coverage. Your Health Idaho is the only place where you can choose from multiple health insurance plans and get a tax credit, which lowers the cost of your monthly premiums. More coverage, less cost. Visit yourhealthidaho.org to apply and enroll by December 15th.
St. Luke's and Boise State are partners in education and health. Through scholarships and internships for students, support for programs and faculty, and collaboration on health-related research. Together, we're preparing tomorrow's healthcare professionals and investing in the people and programs that build healthy, livable, caring communities. St. Luke's and Boise State, proud to be blue.
Hey Broncos, quagga mussels are threatening one of Idaho's most valuable resources, our water. These invasive species can clog pipes, damage boats, ruin our waterways, impact irrigation, and even drive up energy costs. We need your help playing defense. If you're out boating, floating, or paddling, always clean, drain, and dry your gear and watercraft every single time. It's quick, it's easy, and it helps protect the waters we all love. Learn more at invasivespecies.idaho.gov. It's up to us to protect Idaho's waters.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today. Based on 1977 to 2023, see by total sales.
Welcome back to the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. You can show your Broncos spirit with the Boise State Alumni Visa credit card from Mountain America Credit Union, the official credit union of the Broncos. It features low rates and amazing rewards. Details at macu.com/beissue. Bob Beeler along with Pete Cavender, Boise State and Washington. And for the Broncos, it is another opportunity to beat a team from a power conference. 4 power conferences, the Big Ten, which Boise State has never won a game in against. Washington now hails from the Big Ten, the Big 12, the ACC, and the SEC. Boise State has a 9-game losing streak against power teams. The last win for the Broncos was in Tallahassee against Florida State in 2019. Spencer Danielson is 0-4 against power teams. He's lost to UCLA, to Oregon, to Penn State, and to Notre Dame this year. 3 of the 4 really good teams. So, Pete, what's the difference when you're playing against a power team? And what does Boise State, what does it mean if they can get it done today?
Well, as you said, a lot of conversation about Boise State versus the Power 4. And should Boise State have beaten Oklahoma State and UCF at home? Yes, I'll give you that. But obviously Spencer Danielson, a much tougher task. Trying to play UCLA 2 years here ago with no quarterback Taylon Green as he left early to transfer out of the program. Then, of course, you had Oregon, Penn State, Notre Dame. Those are some top echelon teams. Teams are in the playoffs almost every single year. So I'm not going to fault Boise State for that. But the biggest difference in playing against a Power 4 opponent is simply just the speed. And that's why the no tackles for Boise State in terms of Dalen Matoyer and Cage Casey not being in there. That concerns me to some degree because the speed of Washington, especially the defensive side of the ball, is a concern.
As we look at Maddox Madsen, against the power teams, he has 7 of his 16 career interceptions. He had 4 against Notre Dame. It should be 4 against Penn State, I think, and 3 against Notre Dame. But of those 7 interceptions against those 2 powerful defenses, 5, Pete, came in the second half when Boise State was down in each of the games. And I think you're asking Maddox to do a little too much at that point.
Yeah, and that's why I want to say Maddox Madsen really kind of played control in this football game. Of course, he's going to be dodging bullets, but almost seems like in all of those games, he would just immediately scramble out of the pocket and try to make something happen. Again, putting too much pressure on himself. You know, Spencer Danielson is not asking anyone to put a Superman cape on. Just play to your best ability, prepare the best you can, and obviously your performance should speak to that. So hopefully Maddox Madsen looks as sharp as he did against UNLV last weekend.
I think it's going to be important to get ahead. In bowl games against power teams, Pete, and I'm going to take it since Coach Pete left. So we're going to start with Coach Harsin. Boise State is 2-4 against power teams. Fiesta Bowl in 2014 got up 21-0 in the first quarter. Against Oregon in 2017 in the Las Vegas Bowl, got up 24-0. That was in the second quarter. But in the losses, Baylor had a 21-3 lead. Washington in the second Las Vegas Bowl meeting got up 24-0 in the third quarter. And then last year, Penn State was ahead 17-7 at the half. Biggest difference, Boise State was ahead against UCLA, but it was 16-7. With C.J. Tiller, they were unable to score in the red zone, had to settle for 3 field goals. So I think getting ahead and playing from either even or in front is going to be key.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be important for Boise State to start fast in those wins that Boise State's had in previous Power 4 opponent games. Again, just trying to really shock Washington. The biggest thing everyone really talks about in these bowl games is who's more motivated to be here. Of course, Washington was in the national championship 2 years ago, lost to Michigan there, and there's no doubt Boise State wants to win and get their 10th win of the season and get another opportunity against the Power 4. So again, it's just going to be critical to watch who's more motivated in this football game. Certainly, I hope that's Boise State.
Washington leads the series 4-2, split 1-1 in bowls. This Washington team is 8-4, Pete. What do you like best about it? What's going to be the greatest challenge?
Well, I think the greatest challenge for playing Washington is their defense. Again, you look at their rush defense, only give up 103 yards rushing a game. That's 17th best in the country. Of course, all the speed that they have on that side of the football, only give up 20 points per game. To me, the offense of Washington is scary, dangerous. They're very good on third downs. But to me, the challenge of this game is trying to score points against that elite defense of the Huskies.
And when you look at the Huskies' 8-4 record, they've lost 3 games to teams that are superior.
Yep.
Ohio State to Oregon and on the road at Michigan. They lost to Wisconsin 13-10 in a snowstorm. And then all their 8 wins, really, they haven't beaten anybody. I guess Illinois at home, their best win.
Yeah, you look at Illinois at home, they thumped them pretty solid, 42-25. But you're exactly right, Bob. Washington took care of business against the teams that they should have taken care of business of. And their 3 of their 4 losses, I think any teams would lost to those games as well.
Double R Ranch is the Valley's premium trusted beef brand from the heart of the Northwest. Double R Ranch represents the hard work of our local ranching communities, boasting exceptional quality beef with bold flavor and juiciness. Whether you're enjoying a famous Double R Ranch Bronco dog or grilling steaks at home, Double R Ranch is a proud partner of the Broncos. We'll be back with more here from SoFi Stadium. Broncos and Huskies getting closer and closer to kickoff in the LA Bowl on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Get your head in the game and out of the checkout line with Albertsons Drive Up and Go. Place an order online and our team will select the freshest ingredients, crunchiest snacks, and coolest refreshments so you have everything you need for game day. When you pull up for the play, we'll send out our team for the handoff so you can make a break for the end zone. Albertsons is the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics. Just download our new Albertsons for You deals and delivery app, place your order, and drive up and go Broncos.
Attention Boise State fans. Mountain Land Supply is your go-to for all things HVAC, plumbing, waterworks, landscape irrigation, tools and safety, and a proud Boise State college football supporter. Ask your HVAC specialist about our top-of-the-line Comfort Maker products exclusively at our new Nampa HVAC store. Whether you're upgrading your home comfort with a furnace this winter or air conditioning for summer, we've got you covered. Ask your HVAC dealer about Mountain Land Supply, where comfort meets community. And go Broncos!
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey Bronco fans, Bob Beeler here to tell you all about Event Rent, the official partner of Boise State Athletics. Tailgate season might be wrapping up, but the celebrations don't stop there. Whether you're hosting a wedding, company holiday party, or backyard gathering, Event Rent has you covered with tents, tables, chairs, linens, heaters, and more. My preferred choice when choosing rentals is Event Rent, conveniently located on Eagle Road just off the freeway. Visit IdahoEventRent.com.
When should you file for Social Security? Unfortunately, 96% of Americans lose an average of $111,000 in Social Security income that's rightfully theirs. And it's because they filed for their benefits at the wrong time. There's an easy way to avoid this by getting a free Social Security analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $300,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 208-907-7820. This free, customized analysis could help you get every penny out of your Social Security benefits. Call 208-907-7820. 208-907-7820. Boss Retirement Solutions is proud to be an official sponsor of Boise State Athletics.
Boise State Athletics are not current clients of Boss and were compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit bossretirement.com/Boise State Disclosure.
Welcome back to the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. Sports your Bronco pride with a Boise State debit card from Mountain America, the official credit union of the Broncos. Detail at any Mountain America branch. Membership is required and it's based upon eligibility. Bob Beeler, Pete Kavanagh back at SoFi Stadium. Boise State and Washington kicking off in the first bowl game of the 2025 season. Broncos are 9-4 this year. They are Mountain West champs for the third year in a row. They lost the opening game to USF, really didn't play well. They lost at Notre Dame, a really good team. and then lost to Fresno State and San Diego State when their starting quarterback Maddox Madsen was hurt. Best wins this season, Pete, I think were the 2 against UNLV.
Agreed.
And then the come-from-behind game that Max Cutforth starred in against Utah State. He had a 300-yard passing game in that 25-24 victory. So, Pete, I'm going to give you a couple of things about the offense and defense to get your thoughts.
Okay.
Best thing about the Boise State defense this year?
Well, I think the best thing about Boise State's defense this year has been their pass defense. That's been Achilles' heel for Boise State. It seems like for multiple years. We look at this season, did a nice job getting better, holding a lot of quarterbacks this season to their lowest point total all year long. Yes, the sacks were not there. They only had 23 sacks compared to 55 last season, but the pass defense really took a step up and got a few more interceptions, 14 of them on the season. It seemed like majority of those came towards the tail end of the season, so hopefully Boise State can continue that trend here in this bowl game.
And I want to say late in the season, third downs were outstanding. Utah State was just 2 for 10. UNLV was 4 out of 14. All right, what was maybe something that wasn't up to par on the defensive side?
Well, I just think the biggest thing there, again, going back to those sacks, is just not getting enough pressure on the quarterback. And that's really the biggest difference, I think, of this year's teams to last year's team. As you look at the sacks, you look at Jaden Virgin Morgan, he had 10 last year, just 4 this season. Max Steege playing the other defensive end, he's only got half a sacks this year. Braxton Feely playing interior has 5.5 sacks for Boise State. So again, those edge rushers need to be productive, need to get after the quarterback. Yes, you can create pressure, still wreak havoc on the game, but it'd be great to see those players finish those plays and get sacks to finish it.
And looking at the offense, what would be the thing that you would have said that needed to be better?
Well, one thing I think that needs to be better, I think, for Boise State's offense is the consistency. We talked about all of the losses that Boise State's had this year, 4 of them, and only getting 7 points on the board and really sputtering offensively in all of those football games. Again, I think Boise State's offense hums along so much better. You can get the running attack going. It opens things up for Maddox Madsen. That's when Boise State's at their best, is when they're balanced. So again, Boise State just has to be consistent in this football game and fight for all 60 minutes.
This year's special teams, I don't think have been overly special, but they haven't hurt either.
Yeah, and sometimes just like on turnovers, if both teams have 3, I'm a little scared about that sometimes because I'm not sure if it's a pick 6 or scoop and score, something along those lines, or where you're at in the football field. So to neutralize special teams, not to have that hurt you, even though it didn't necessarily help you, I think that's still a win for Boise State.
Thinking about this game today between Boise State and Washington, about what a win would do. Boise State gets a win, it's number 10. And it would be the 20th time since Boise State went up to FBS level of football in 1996 that they would get 10 wins. They would beat a power team for the first time since 2019 when they beat Florida State on the road. And for the first time, and this is one that kind of caught me by surprise, first time since 2017, if you get a win today, Boise State would win a Mountain West championship and a bowl game in the same season.
Yeah, that's what Boise State's really fighting for on this one, is to try to just finish strong, finish the season with momentum into next year. Of course, you didn't get all of those practices you typically get during bowl season to build depth, but Boise State wants to win this football game so they can go into the Pac-12 full head of steam.
Albertsons is proud to be the official grocer and tailgate headquarters for the Broncos. You can shop Albertsons for all your game day favorites. And be sure to download the Albertsons For You deals and delivery app to save big. Get all your deals and points in one easy place with up to 20% off weekly savings. Plus, score last-minute game day essentials in as soon as 30 minutes with Albertsons Drive Up and Go or delivery. Touchdown savings are just a click away. When we come back on the Mountain America Credit Union pregame show, we'll run down the starting lineups for both teams, both Boise State and Washington. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
As an agriculture company rooted in our connection to food, farming, and the land, we are always looking for new ways to carry forward the Simplot legacy of bringing Earth's resources to life. The world of agriculture is much different from nearly a century ago when our founder, J.R. Simplot, started the company. But one constant remains: the land we cultivate. Whether we're mining and manufacturing plant nutrients, feeding cattle, or growing and producing food, we are stewards of the land, securing a bountiful future for generations to come.
St. Luke's and Boise State are partners in education and health. Through scholarships and internships for students, support for programs and faculty, and collaboration on health-related research. Together, we're preparing tomorrow's healthcare professionals and investing in the people and programs that build healthy, livable, caring communities. St. Luke's and Boise State, proud to be blue.
It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Bronco Nation, game day isn't just about the blue turf, it's about the spread you bring. With the Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day, you're serving up real meals before kickoff. Smash burgers, breakfast burritos, or the perfect post-win steak. All with flamethrower ignition and size enough to feed the crowd. From Albertson Stadium to your driveway, it's flat-out flavor wherever you park.
Boise State!
The Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day. Proudly fueling Bronco tailgates.
My name is Charles, and I smoked for 21 years. I have 4 kids, and they are asking me, Daddy, can you stop smoking? And it was just the look in their eyes when I said I would, and then all of a sudden I would pick it back up. They just look at me, and they're like, so disappointed. That made me feel bad. My girlfriend, her and I both quit at the same time. We just decided we're going to have to talk each other through, and so we were supportive along the way. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW or visit projectfilter.org.
At Tamarack Resort, adventure comes with mountain modern experiences. Feel the rush of downhill skiing, the satisfaction of a perfect golf swing, and the tranquility of lake life. End your day with unforgettable cuisine, sophisticated amenities, and warm community spirit. Whether you're a first-time visitor, a long-time resident, or a Bronco, Tamarack invites you to create memories that will last a lifetime. Experience mountains as they should be at tamarackidaho.com today.
Welcome back to the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. The bands are taking the field right now. You can show your Broncos spirit with a Boise State Alumni Visa credit card from Mountain America Credit Union, the official credit union of the Broncos, featuring low rates and amazing rewards. Details at macu.com/BSU. All right, it's time now for the Toyota starting lineups. And just like Toyota, the Broncos bring reliability, power, and performance to the field. Beat the players who are ready to drive Boise State to victory. Here are your Toyota starting lineups. They will start for the Broncos on offense. And this offense for Boise State averages 31 points and a total of 433 yards per game this season. Maddox Madsen will be back at quarterback. He is 20-5 as a starter for the Broncos, and this season has completed 59% of his passes for an average of 228 yards.
Yeah, really, there's been a cloud over Maddox Madsen with a lot of fans at Boise State. Not sure if it's his height or what the situation is with him, but he is a competitor, and I think the way how Maddox Madsen plays in this bowl game is going to determine a lot how Bronco Nation thinks of him.
Last year was Ashton Genty, and Ashton Genty at running back. This year there are 3 guys that have really shared the load. Dylan Riley is the leading rusher, getting over 1,000 yards on the season now, averaging 6 yards a carry, leads the team with 10 touchdowns. Sire Gaines has 795 yards. And then Malik Sherrod, 406 yards rushing to go with another 244 out of the backfield receiving.
Again, Boise State has to find some victories in running the football. Dylan Riley, Sire Gaines, and Malik Sherrod, they might have to break a few tackles and make a few big plays just by themselves on top of the offensive line. Again, the running attack's going to be very critical for Boise State today against the Huskies.
Matt Lauder, Matt Wagner will be your tight ends. Latrell Caples is the leading receiver this season, 46 catches for 547 yards. Chase Penry, though, I think has been the most dependable guy down the stretch, and Cam Bates seems like he's improving.
Yeah, Chase Penry seems like he's turned into the guy for Boise State, one of the most sure-handed guys, one of the guys that's not dropping footballs, it seems like. But I think this is a game where Chris Marshall can use his size and athleticism and hopefully give Boise State a spark.
Starting lineup in the offensive line, Kyle Cox at left tackle. Left guard is Mason Randolph. Zach Holmes at center. Roger Carrion at right guard. And Jake Steele will be the right tackle.
Yeah, Boise State without their 2 starting tackles in this one. I would have loved to see Cage Casey on the sidelines wearing street clothes. But he's watching this one at home. For the 2 tackles starting this game, Kyle Cox and Jake Steele, they have to do a good job in pass protection because there's a lot of speed on the edges for Washington.
Boise State gives up 23 points a game. They've given up 336 yards per game as well. Jaden Virgin Morgan, Max Steeves will be at ends. Braxton Feely, David Latu will be the tackles. That's your front four.
This front four is going to be critical for Boise State in this football game, especially Jaden Virgin Morgan and Max Steege. They have to do a great job keeping Demon Williams inside the pocket. Make sure he doesn't scramble because he is a prolific runner.
Marco Notriani, Jake Ripp, and Bone Phelps. Those three guys will play for two spots at linebacker.
And those linebackers have to be physical in this football game. Watching Washington earlier this season, especially against the Ducks, very impressed with the physicality that the running backs run downhill with. So Boise State's linebackers have to meet it.
And as we look at the secondary, Noah Marion McCoy has been lost for the last couple of weeks. Sherrod Smith has stepped into his shoes and played well at one corner. Jeremiah Irby on the other corner, Zion Washington, Ty Benefield at safeties, Jaden Mickey at nickel.
Yeah, I think Sherrod Smith has been great the last few weeks. Jeremiah Irby's been even better, getting a lot of interceptions towards the tail end of the season. Had a pick six against Utah State that got wiped out too. But I'm so happy to see Ty Benefield in this football game. Not sure what his future is, but glad he's trying to finish off this season right.
For Washington this season, they've averaged 34 points and 415 yards. DeMond Williams Jr. is the quarterback, and he is the guy that can both run and pass, Pete.
Yeah, you said his great equalizer, or at least it's kind of some guy that he's close to, at least looks-wise, is Calandria. Very mobile quarterback, a very efficient quarterback, but when he can get some sacks against him, get some pressure, he tends to struggle.
Three running backs for Washington. They run by committee like Boise State. Jonah Coleman, 673 yards rushing. Adam Muhammad, 517, and Jordan Washington, 208.
Yeah, but Jonah Coleman and Adam Muhammad are going to be the bulk carriers for Washington's offense, and both very good big backs weighing 220 pounds each.
We'll look at the receivers, tight ends, Decker DeGraff and Quentin Moore. Wide receivers, Desmond Roebuck and Denzel Boston. Omari Evans is their third guy.
Yeah, you look at Denzel Boston, a third-team All-Big Ten player. He's going to be the go-to target for Demon Williams.
Again, the offensive line has been a little beat up, but it looks like this is what Washington will go with. Carver Willis at left tackle. The left guard will be John Mills. The center, Landon Hatchett. The right guard, Jerian Hatchett. And at right tackle, Drew Azopardi.
And really not as big as an offensive line as I would expect, with all of these guys hovering about 310 pounds at 315. But again, Boise State's defensive line has to probably play their best game of the season tonight.
Defensively, Washington gives up just 19 points a game, just 311 yards. Their front four is going to feature Jashawn Lynch at one end, Zach Durfee at the other, and the tackles Alinius Davis and Taitai Uiagalelei.
Yeah, Boise State's going to have to figure out a way in the running game to get some push against these big defensive tackles of the Huskies and try to work to the second level and get some blocks on linebackers too.
And the linebackers, Exree Alexander and Zadrius Rainey Solly.
And you look at really the linebackers, the entire defense really for Washington. Everyone almost equal. No one jumps out. Everyone doing their job and have similar stats.
Tacario Davis, they're hoping will play today. He's missed the last 3 games with injury. He'll be at one corner. Ephesian Prysock will be at the other corner. Your safeties for Washington will feature Mikel Esteen. He also has been banged up. Honorable mention, all Big Ten, Alex McLaughlin, their leading tackle, will be at the other safety. And the nickel will be Rashawn Clark.
Yeah, those defensive backs have done a great job, especially in stopping the run, but only got 9 interceptions this season. Hopefully that means a few windows for Maddox Madsen to deliver the football into.
And those are your Toyota starting lineups. As we're approaching the top of the hour, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Bronco Football. We'll get Pete's keys to the game between Boise State and Washington in the LA Bowl when we come back on the Mountain America Credit Union pregame show on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey Bronco fans, Bob Beeler here to tell you all about Event Rent, the official partner of Boise State Athletics. Tailgate season might be wrapping up, but the celebrations don't stop there. Whether you're hosting a wedding, company holiday party, or backyard gathering, Event Rent has you covered with tents, tables, chairs, linens, heaters, and more. My preferred choice when choosing rentals is Event Rent, conveniently located on Eagle Road just off the freeway. Visit IdahoEventRent.com.
Have you saved more than $300,000 for retirement? You may have a rare opportunity to save a small fortune in taxes when you retire that many other people don't have. Discover exactly how much money in taxes you could save with a free, customized retirement tax savings analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $300,000, schedule your free retirement tax savings analysis now by calling 208-907-7820. Many advisors charge thousands of dollars for a customized tax analysis, but this analysis is free, even if you're not a client. So call Boss Retirement Solutions today, 208-907-7820. That number again, 208-907-7820. Boss Retirement Solutions is proud to be an official sponsor of Boise State Athletics.
Boise State Athletics are not current clients of Boss and were compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit bossretirement.com/Boise State Disclosure.
Want to score tickets to the next Boise State Broncos game? Bill's Heating and AC has you covered. Schedule a free estimate today, and you'll be entered into their game day ticket giveaway. Winners are announced before each game on their Facebook page. It's that simple. Get a free estimate from Bill's, and you could be cheering on the Broncos in person. What are you waiting for? Call Bill's Heating and AC today at 208-96-BILLS. That's 208-96-BILLS.
Back on the Mountain America Credit Union Bronco pregame show. You can sport your Bronco pride with a Boise State debit card from Mountain America, the official credit union of the Broncos. Details at any Mountain America branch, membership required, and it's based upon eligibility. We come to the part of the pregame show where we turn to Pete Cavender and ask him for his keys to the game. What do the Broncos need to do to beat the Huskies here in L.A.?
Well, I think the biggest thing for Boise State offensively, they have to find a way to run the rock against this Washington defense. We've talked about it a few times in this pregame show. They only give up 103 yards rushing per game, 17th best in the country. And when Boise State struggled offensively in their losses, it's because they couldn't get the run game going. They have to get the run game going tonight against Washington, or could potentially be another blowout. Defensively, Boise State has to find a way to get off the field on third downs. They've done a great job the last two games against Utah State and UNLV, but this Washington offense is sixth in the country on third down offense. Complete 51% of their third downs. Boise State defensively has to make sure they can't let Washington extend drives and get off the field on third downs.
Time for the Game Day Weather Report, and it's brought to you by Tamarack Resort. And SoFi Stadium, if you've not been here, is an inside stadium, sort of.
Ish, yeah.
It's open on the sides, so whatever the temperature is outside is what it's going to be inside. It's more of an umbrella than a roof. So right now it is 59 degrees down here. It was a sunshiny day, so it's going to get cooler as the night goes on. And our weather report is brought to you by Tamarack Resort. You can elevate your weekend. Tamarack Resort invites you to discover Idaho's premier mountain escape, offering an exquisite blend of outdoor pursuits and refined comforts. Tamarack provides a setting where adventure and tranquility coexist. It's more than a visit, it's a new perspective. Discover Tamarack Resort. Discover mountains as they should be. Book your unforgettable getaway at TamarackIdaho.com today. We'll take this time out. When we come back, both teams should be ready to run out on the field and get set for LA Bowl 2025. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
When Broncos fans are hungry for action, they head to Albertson Stadium for some great football. When they're ready to experience the essence of the Northwest, they head to Anthony's Restaurant in downtown Boise. Enjoy Northwest favorites like wild salmon, fresh oysters on the half shell, halibut, and more at Anthony's in downtown Boise, with free validated parking in the Simplot Garage. Dine before or after the game. Make your reservations today at anthonys.com.
At Tamarack Resort, adventure comes with mountain modern experiences. Feel the rush of downhill skiing, the satisfaction of a perfect golf swing, and the tranquility of lake life. End your day with unforgettable cuisine, sophisticated amenities, and warm community spirit. Whether you're a first-time visitor, a long-time resident, or a Bronco, Tamarack invites you to create memories that will last a lifetime. Experience mountains as they should be at TamarackIdaho.com today.
Bronco Nation. Ideal, Idaho's education savings program, is a proud partner of Boise State Athletics and an ideal way to save for college. Did you know that it only takes $25 to start an Ideal 529 savings account and you get tax benefits? There is no better time than today to start saving for college expenses for you or your loved one. Information and a full disclosure statement, including risks, terms, and conditions, can be found online. Please read carefully before investing. idsaves.org. Go save for college and go Broncos.
Have you thought about your health insurance for next year? If not, now's the time to do it. It's open enrollment, the time of year where you can enroll in, renew, or change your coverage. Your Health Idaho is the only place where you can choose from multiple health insurance plans and get a tax credit, which lowers the cost of your monthly premiums. More coverage, less cost. Visit yourhealthidaho.org to apply and enroll by December 15th.
On the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield, Bronco Football is brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union. We place members first. Albertsons, official grocer and tailgate headquarters of your Boise State Broncos. Toyota, your local Toyota dealers are proud sponsors of the Boise State Broncos. Visit Toyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Anthony's, fresh Northwest seafood flown in directly to Boise. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Coca-Cola, official refreshment of the Broncos. And by Ford, official truck of the Broncos. It's game time.
Give it all to your family. Caught it at the 35. Turns on the Jets. Give it all to your brother. 10-5. I think he's into the end zone. Right here, right now. He is. Touchdown.
Once you're a Bronco, you are always a Bronco.
3 years in a row, the Broncos, Mountain West champions.
Go, Orange, go, Big Blue, fight, BSU.
Live from SoFi Stadium, the Broncos, the Huskies. This is the LA Bowl. Now with the call of the game, here's Pete Cavender and the voice of the Broncos, Bob Beeler.
Very pleasant good evening and welcome to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Bob Beeler and Pete Cavender here with you. Our producer on site is KJ Lyman. As Boise State gets set to face Washington, I think a couple of things that we're going to keep an eye on all night. And one of them for me is if Boise State can get it done, getting back to winning a conference championship and a bowl game. Two things that are right up on the wall in the team room. Boise State hasn't done both of them since 2017. They've done one, but not two.
Yeah, really, that's really unaccustomed for Boise State, even though that's happened in recent years. You look at Boise State since 1996, 19 10-win seasons, only second behind Ohio State. They have 21, I guess make it 22 now. So it'd be great if Boise State can find a way to be competitive and win this football game, not only get the 10th win of the season, but to remain their title as a giant killer, especially here in these bowl games.
This bowl game feels different than any bowl game that you and I have called because it almost feels like it's still part of the regular season because Boise State played last week against UNLV, and basically it's been a normal week. We've had a couple of games this year where we've left 2 days in front of the game, going to Notre Dame, going to USF to start. So this, to me, feels more like a regular season game than a bowl game.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like the season just got extended by 1 week, and that's really the one negative, I think, of the date of this one. One positive about getting in bowl games, you get an extra 15 practices to work on depth, to build for the future, but Boise State obviously didn't have that. Only try to heal up the best you can after the championship game. They get lined up in a hurry against a Power 4 opponent that Boise State has not had a whole lot of success from the last few visits.
And Boise State, Pete, has seen an opponent in Washington that does have a week off in between. They did not make the Big Ten championship, so they were kind of able to rest as the Washington Huskies out of the Big Ten, 8-4 on the season, come on the field right now.
Yeah, again, the question I think for watching these bowl games is really the motivation. Which team wants to be here? I know Boise State wants to be here, but since Washington was in the national championship just 2 years ago, Jed Fisher, he's done a nice job getting them back, kind of relevant, back up towards the 10-win mark. But again, is the motivation there for Washington? Is this a big enough bowl game and opponent for the Washington Huskies to bring their A game?
Only player opting out of this game is Boise State left tackle Cage Casey. But for Washington, one question that keeps coming up is Jed Fish a candidate at Michigan? It's been asked a number of times down here, and I don't know, is that a distraction?
Yeah, it has to be a distraction, but if anything, it's a compliment to your team, though, that you're doing well, and obviously other teams want to replicate what you're doing. But of course, that's got to be a distraction for this Washington team. I've heard some things on Twitter. You can't believe everything you read online, but potentially there's going to be an announcement tomorrow, so we'll see if it's Jed Fish or not.
Huskies in the gold helmets, purple jerseys, white numbers, and gold pants. Boise State, to me, looking out here, it's kind of a sparse crowd here. But that's one of the problems when you have less than a week. You announce it on Sunday, and you're going to play on Saturday for people to get here. But I'd say the Broncos have a few more fans here than the Huskies do.
Yeah, both teams really recruit a lot out of this area of the country in Southern California. So a lot of family, a lot of friends will be here. Of course, you're not going to fill out SoFi, this huge NFL stadium. There's still a decent contingent of Bronco Nation here to support on the Broncos.
And the Broncos out on the field now, led by Max Steege, who gets the honor of carrying the hammer. And Max, the last couple of games, has really played well. He has 5 tackles for loss in the last 3 games.
And just look how he played in that Mountain West Conference Championship game against UNLV. Started that game with the big tackle for loss. The start of the second half almost in similar fashion. Even though Max Steege maybe a little bit slower to get developed this season with only half a sack, he's getting better each and every week.
Broncos in the blue helmets, white jerseys, white pants, and of course, blue numbers with orange trim. Field here at SoFi Stadium is turf. And there is a chance, Pete, in the next year or so when the Olympics come to LA, I believe in 28, that they may have 4 teams calling this stadium home. Obviously the pro teams, the Rams and Chargers. UCLA is trying to get out of their deal at the Rose Bowl to move here for their regular games. And when the Coliseum is being used for the Olympics or renovated for the Olympics, USC may play here.
Well, I guess they're making every penny of the $5 billion it costs to build this stadium worth it.
Captains for both teams meeting at midfield. The referees out of the American Athletic Conference. Edwin Lee will be heading up the American Athletic Conference's referee crew. Only 3 captains for Boise State. Cage Casey stayed home, so our captains down there are Jaden Virgin Morgan, Maddox Madsen, and Marco Notriani. And let's go to Edwin Lee.
Gentlemen, congratulations on your selection to play in the Bucked Up LA Bowl hosted by Gronk. My name is Edwin Lee, Jonathan Kirk, representing the American Conference. For the coin today, Inglewood, California, the blue side is heads. The Olympic rings, the black side is tails. Boys, you're the visiting team. What's your call?
Tails.
Tails is the call. Ryan, you'll do the honors for us?
Sure will.
But it's the heads. Won the toss. Washington has won the toss. The further option to the second half. You want the football, which way you want to kick? Boise State will receive on this end. Start the half.
We are sitting down in the corner of the end zone here. Boise State is going to get the ball from the far end of the field when Washington kicks off. It will be coming towards us in the first quarter. And again, in bowl games against P4 teams, Boise State, when they've been able to get out ahead and score first, has been able to bring it home.
Yeah, Boise State, we saw last week against UNLV, almost play with a sense of urgency, just willing their way to make sure that they dominate that football game. I'm sure we'll have similar effort here. But any advantage Boise State can take, good starting field position from a good kick return from Malik Sherrod. Hopefully Maddox Madsen and company can finish the opening drive with some points on the board.
We look at Sherrod's numbers this season on kick returns. Averages 22, for his career, he averages 22 yards. This year, right about the average. He's averaging 20 a return. His long is 4. He has 1 touchdown in his career on a kick return. It was against the Broncos back for Fresno State in 2023. He's going to be about 4 yards deep in the end zone. Manu Tuioti will be at the 10-yard line, more as a blocking back. And kicking off for the Huskies will be Ethan Machowski. Machowski, 48 touchbacks in 67 kickoff attempts. And again, the Broncos will have the opportunity to score first. Wachowski runs up, kicks the ball, and Sherrod is going to come up and play it on the 4. He'll come up to the 10, the 15, the 20, trying to get to the left side of the field, to the 30, to the 40, and he gets out to the 45-yard line. His longest kick return of the season, and the Broncos will have outstanding field position to start the drive.
And when I just spoke about some Boise State players having more of a sense of urgency in last week's game against UNLV, Malik Sherrod was the one that came to mind. What a start for Boise State to set the tone and get the Bronco offense close to midfield.
So he gets it out to the 44-yard line. And the Broncos will have the football there. Dylan Riley will get the first call in the backfield from the 44. Matson under center. They'll go to Riley up the middle, and Riley will get maybe 2 yards to the 46-yard line. Hole closed in a hurry for the Husky defense. Making the tackle was Rainey Saleh.
Yeah, we've all talked about how elite this Washington defense is. Only gives up 19 points per game, 103 yards rushing per game. Maybe Boise State's best success is a more physical type of running attack. Maybe with Sire Gaines, as Dylan Riley doesn't have as much thump behind him as Gaines does.
So the Broncos now with the ball on their own 47-yard line, and somebody moved, either false start Broncos or offsides Husky.
Looks like the DN moved first to cause Kyle Cox to jump off sides. Should be against Washington.
Offside, number 23, defense, into the neutral zone to cause the offense to react.
So Rainey Saleh was in the neutral zone for Washington. So the Broncos now will have a second down and very short, as they're now into Washington territory. Ball officially at the Husky 48-yard line. 2nd and 2. Matson under center, but one of his tight ends, Lauder, in motion to the left side. Riley behind him is the lone back. Matson fakes it to Riley. Matson throwing the ball to the left side. It's caught by Chris Marshall. It'll be a Mountain America first down inside the Husky 40-yard line, down to about the 38. We'll call it a gain of 10.
Yeah, great job there by Chris Marshall. Looked like he was going to go on a deep seam route, had a couple moves on it that came back, slipped, but created enough space to come back to that football and use eagle claws to grab that ball and get a first down for Boise State.
They'll actually spot the ball on the 34, so give them 4 more yards than I did, so we'll call it a gain of 14. Broncos on the move. 2 Mountain America first downs. Handoff right side, it's Riley. Riley breaks a couple of tackles. He'll get maybe 3 yards down to the 31. Hole closed down in a hurry after it looked like he was going to get an initial decent game. Jacob Manu, linebacker, on the tackle for Washington.
And you asked me earlier in the pregame, what's the difference playing the Power 4 opponents compared to a typical Mountain West? Again, it's just the team speed. We both saw that hole was huge for Dylan Riley, but Washington closed it in a hurry.
2nd down now, and we'll call it about 7 after a 3-yard pickup. Matson in the shotgun. Huskies with a 4-man front. Delayed handoff to Riley, and Riley will be lucky to get 1 yard to the 30. They may give him that on forward progress, but again, no movement in the line. Again, backup tackles starting. Kyle Cox left side. Jake Steele right side.
Yeah, Washington a very run-stop heavy defense right now. 8 men in the box on that last play against Dylan Riley. Again, have to try to get something to loosen up Washington's defense.
Ball on the Husky 30. It's on the right hash. Boise State needs to get inside the 25 to the 24 for a first down. Sherrod, the 3rd down back, is in the game. Matson in the shotgun, gets the snap, has some time. A flag is down. Maddox runs to the left side, inside the 30, slides inside the 25. He's got his Mountain America first down. Huge 3rd down conversion for Boise State, if the penalty is not against them.
Number 13, offense, 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 3rd down.
Yeah, Chase Penry is on motion on that one and actually took a step or 2 forward before the ball was snapped. Obviously an illegal shift from Boise State and a bad penalty against the Broncos.
So now it's 3rd down and 11 as the ball moves back to the 35-yard line. Probably at the outskirts of Colton Boomer field goal range. They need to get to the Husky 24. The Broncos on the season, 47% on third downs. The Huskies give up 39%. Sherrod remains the running back off the right shoulder of Maddox Madsen. Madsen in the pocket. Madsen eludes the rush. Madsen throws the ball over the middle, and it's in and out of the hands of the receiver. And it was Sherrod, the running back, sort of a safety receiver, and it was thrown behind him a little bit, and Washington able to force Boise State into a field goal attempt.
Yeah, not the best pass protection on that one from Boise State's offensive line. Maddox Madsen did a brilliant job getting out of his sack, but had to sidearm it there to Dylan Riley, causing the ball to hit the turf.
This would be a season-long, a 53-yard field goal by Colton Boomer. Doyle is your holder. Mason Hutton, your snapper. From 53 yards out, Boomer's kick is up, and Boomer's kick is good. Back-to-back weeks with 50-plus yard field goals. Colton Boomer, 53 yards for a season long, and the Broncos are on the board with 11:35 to go in the first quarter. They lead at 3-0.
And that was your Airvan Move of the Game, brought to you by Airvan Moving, the official moving company of the Broncos, and for your next move. Great job by Boise State, scoring points in their opening possession. Would have been easy to think about punting it there and pinning it back Washington deep, but instead get 3 points on the board. Colton Boomer, Boise State takes the early lead.
And our kicks are presented by Nampa Floors and Interiors. So congratulations, 53-yarder for Colton Boomer. Let's take time out. Broncos 3-0 for the Huskies. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Bronco fans, looking for a bank that bleeds blue and helps enhance your financial well-being? What about a bank that is based in Idaho and has served the Gem State for over 110 years and proudly supports Boise State? Look no further than First Federal Bank, offering best-in-class banking products and services like our rewards checking account, where you can earn an incredible 5.01 annual percentage yield. To learn more, visit bankfirstfed.com. First Federal Bank, Idaho's community bank of choice. Member FDIC.
Boise, are you ready? The 2025 famous Idaho Potato Bowl is coming to Albertson Stadium December 22nd with a 12 noon kickoff. 2 top college teams, 1 epic showdown, and you can be part of the action. Grab your tickets now at FamousIdahoPotatoBowl.com and be there when the Spuds hit the turf. The 2025 famous Idaho Potato Bowl, where football meets flavor.
This tailgate season, don't just show up, show out. With the Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day, you're cooking real food real fast. Smash burgers, breakfast burritos, street tacos. Whatever the crew's craving, it's on. Sturdy legs, flamethrower ignition. Easy to pack, hard to beat. Tailgating just got a serious upgrade. Camp Chef Gridiron Game Day. Flat out flavor wherever you park.
Double R Ranch is the Valley's premium trusted beef brand. They're from the heart of the Northwest. Double R Ranch represents the hard work of our local ranching communities, boasting exceptional quality beef with bold flavor and juiciness. Whether you're enjoying a famous Double R Ranch Bronco dog or grilling steaks at home, Double R Ranch is the proud partner of the Broncos. Boise State gets the ball first. Nice drive culminating in a 53-yard field goal for Colton Boomer, and the Broncos lead 3-0.
Yeah, just a great start there by Boise State. Of course, you would have loved a touchdown, but anytime you can get points in your opening possession, you will gladly take it. Maddox Madsen looks like he's even healthier compared to last week. Couple nice scrambles, getting out of a sack. Didn't hit on that pass to Dylan Riley, but did hit on a big pass to Chris Marshall. Boise State with a 52-yarder from Colton Boomer takes an early lead, 3-0 with 11 minutes and 35 seconds to go here in the first quarter.
Marshall's catch was 17 yards. This season, Marshall has done well average-wise, averaging 19 yards a catch speed, but hasn't had that many catches. The ones he's had have been pretty good distance.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, too, he's had a case of the drops and a couple big plays as well, and I think that's kept him from being more prolific for Boise State's offense. So hopefully a good sign that Chris Marshall is locked in and loaded for this game.
Kicking off for the Broncos, Colton Boomer, 60 touchbacks in 75 attempts. Huskies set to return. Looks like kick is going to go short. It was a pop-up kick, and it forced the Huskies to catch something, and they're going to have the ball.
No, actually came in the end zone. I think you might have missed it there, Bob. Actually hit about halfway in the end zone. It's a tough angle here in this big old stadium. We're kind of in the back of the end zone, so hard to see.
My apologies there. So the Huskies on the touchback will get it at the 25-yard line. Quarterback will be Damon Williams. Season averaging 238 yards passing, 50 yards rushing. Broncos open with Steege, Virgin Morgan at ends, Latu and Feely at tackles. Phelps and Notriani are your linebackers. Coleman, the running back, with Williams. Williams to throw, in the pocket, steps up, trying to run. He'll get to the 25, and he'll get out to about the 28 for a scramble of 3. Bone Phelps on the tackle, the linebacker for Boise State.
Yeah, Jaden Virgin Morgan did a nice job really beating that left tackle and getting some pressure there on Williams, but we talked about Williams being fleet of foot, very quick, did a nice job getting out of it, picking up a couple yards for the Huskies.
Far side of the field, Irby playing the short side of the field, near side of the field, Smith, the corner, and then your safeties, Benefield and Washington. Mickey is the nickel. Second down now from the 27-yard line. It's a run to Coleman, and Coleman will get to the 30, maybe to the 31. Washington and Notriani combined for the tackle for the Broncos. They'll put the ball down at the 30, and it'll leave Washington with a 3rd and 5, and they're very good on third downs. Number 6 in the country at 51%.
Yeah, but that second down for Marco Notriani did a nice job not flowing too hard on that one, making sure he was protecting the cutback, and that's where Coleman went, or Marco Notriani got the tackle.
Vines Bright will go to the left side. 3 guys go to the right side. Huskies need 5. Williams, quick throw to the right side. Ball is caught, and they will get the first down. A catch made by Denzel Boston, their top receiver. That's his 57th catch of the season.
Yeah, Boise State bringing a lot of pressure inside the tackle box, so Washington trying to get outside of it there with Boston. Nice first down pickup for the Huskies.
They needed 5, they got 8. Ball on the right hash mark. Boston wide to the left. Back to pass is Williams. Williams throwing the ball, and the ball will be caught right around the first down marker. I believe it was intended for Boston. Irby made the tackle. And Boston will get 9 yards on the play, and it will leave them about a yard short.
Yeah, Denzel Boston, a big wide receiver, 6'4", 210 pounds, but Jeremiah Irby, almost as big, is standing at 6'2", was in good position on that one and made sure there was no yards after the catch.
I thought it was going to be just short, but it's marked at the spot at the 48 of Washington, so they get the first down. Still in the shotgun is Williams. Coleman off his left shoulder. Williams running, gives it off on the option to Coleman. Coleman breaks a couple of tackles, first down and more, down the sideline to the left side, inside the 30. They're going to mark him out of bounds at the 29 for a gain of 23 yards.
Yeah, Washington did a really nice job on that play there. The little option pitch out there to Coleman, blocking downfield. You see big old number 50 for Washington, taking Zion Washington for a ride.
Ball at the 29-yard line. Williams going for the end zone and overthrew the receiver. It was intended for Omari Evans. Incomplete coverage by Jeremiah Irby.
Jeremiah Irby again just has played so well this season. A second-team All-Mountain West selection, running stride for stride with the Husky wide receiver on that last one.
2nd and 10 from the Bronco 29. It's 3-0. Boise State, the Broncos with a 53-yard field goal on their first possession. Williams under center first time, hands it off to Coleman, and not much there. Maybe gets a yard. Boise State closed that hole down in a hurry. David Latu, defensive tackle, was there to lead the charge.
And again, just a nice job there by Marco Notriani, doing a nice job, just not overly aggressive play, not overflow, sitting back, being patient, take back the cut side and get yourself a tackle.
Gain of 1, and now the Huskies have a 3rd down and 8 from the 28-yard line. Coleman up near the line. Williams in the shotgun behind him. Williams gets the snap, throws the ball to Boston. Boston's going to have another first down. The safety, Washington, made the stop on the sideline, but he gets inside the 20 down to the 18, and it'll be another 10 yards on the play for Washington.
Yeah, and just a great throw there from Williams. Corner blitz, automatic hole in the defense, deliver the ball too quick for Zion Washington to close it.
They're inside the red zone, Coastline Equipment red zone. Handoff Coleman. Coleman trying to penetrate the right side, not much there. Sterling Lane, the third, will make the tackle. Maybe a gain of 1 on the play, and Washington now will have 2nd and 9 coming up from the Broncos 17-yard line.
If we look at Washington inside the red zone, have a 76% touchdown rate. That's 5th best in the country. It'd be a win for Boise State here if they can hold the Huskies to a field goal try.
Muhammad and Boston both go to the left, empty set. Williams gets the snap, standing in the pocket, and he's going to go down. It's going to be a loss, and the Broncos are going to get their first sack of the game.
Yeah, just a great job again, just getting after that offensive line. The motivation is there for Boise State. It looked like it was big old Williams coming through the middle. Did a nice job just getting off the blocker and getting involved and getting a big sack.
Getting the sack for the Broncos was Sterling Lane. Williams in the shotgun. Muhammad in the backfield with him. Ball outside the 20 at the 21. Williams in the pocket, flushed out to his left. He's going to run it inside the 20, inside the 15, cuts back. Notriani will make the tackle at the 8, but another first down, and that was just, I'll stand in the pocket until I have no time and run the ball.
Yeah, he did a nice job, Williams, there, just getting out of that mess inside the pocket and using his speed to his advantage. Bone Phelps could have maybe made the play, but he had to stay in as wide receiver, couldn't let a pass go over his head. So Marco Notriani, with his hustle, got the stop.
First and goal at the Broncos 7, 3-0 Boise State. 6:05 left. Whistles blow.
The ruling on the field is the runner achieved the line to gain. That play is under further review.
So we're going to have our first review of the game, and they're presented by Sparklight, top-rated internet, always working for you. I didn't think there was really any question that he got the first down, unless the spot is way off.
Yeah, kind of a tough angle for us to see here, but looks like he was tackled kind of about 2 or 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. But taking a look at it, to me, Marco Notriani got to Williams before the first down marker. For Marco Notriani had a little bit of momentum, almost pushed him forward with that. That ball might be about half a yard short from the first down marker, actually.
Again, we take the review.
Marco Notriani's been very active in this game so far in this first possession. And you see Marco Notriani getting the tackle on Williams from behind, and right when his knee went down, trying to look at the football.
This may be the better angle here that we have. The knee is down right there. It's close. It is either going to be about a foot to go, or they're going to give it to him right at the spot.
Yeah, if it's anything, it's about a football short. Nothing else, the play probably stands. And again, the longer that they review, the higher likelihood this one gets overturned. Officials taking their time on this one.
Broncos had the ball on their first possession for 3 minutes and 16 seconds. And the Huskies right now with the football.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. First down.
Yeah, it was close, but I don't think quite enough there to overturn it.
This will be the Huskies' 12th play of the drive. They've moved it 68 yards to the 7-yard line. They've thrown it for 28 yards on this drive, and they've run it for 44. They're going to send Roebuck to the right side along with Vines Bright. Boston goes to the left with Coleman, the running back. And now Coleman comes back to be the deep back, and Williams comes under center. They're going to fake it to Coleman. Williams with the ball back in the end zone, overthrew everybody. Guess the coverer was Benefield. I guess the intended receiver was Vines Bright. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 7.
Boise State did a nice job on that one with the heavy play action that Williams had on that one. Boise State didn't bite, stayed on their wide receivers, and Williams made the smart decision, not forcing a throw in the end zone that could have been picked, and throws it away.
Deion Washington and Jake Ripp substitute in for Boise State. 2nd and goal at the 7. Broncos lead at 3-0. to run to Coleman. Coleman will get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard at the most. Middle of that defense made the stop. Benefield with help from Notriani. And now it'll be 3rd and goal for the Huskies.
Yeah, Marco Notriani, as I said, has been all over in this opening possession for the Huskies. I believe that's his 5th tackle so far here in this opening drive.
Big play here for the Bronco defense. Again, the Huskies on 3rd downs, 3 out of 3 on this drive. They need a 4th one for a touchdown. Roebuck to the left. Boston and Vines Bright to the right. Williams in the shotgun. Williams gets the snap. He's in the pocket. Steps up, and he'll go down. It's a sack. Marco Notriani comes up with a huge sack on 3rd down to deny Washington a touchdown, and now they'll have to settle for a tying field goal.
What an opening drive series here for Marco Notriani, just playing linebacker perfect. Again, just having some responsibilities, looking at your man in pass coverage. He doesn't come, then you can get involved in the blitz. It's exactly what Marco Notriani did to get the big sack on Williams to stop that opening drive for the Huskies.
33-yard field goal attempt for Gross. Middle of the field. And Gross's kick is up, and Gross's kick is good. So both teams get field goals on their first possession. Washington's comes with 4:20 left in the first quarter, and it's a very lengthy drive. 15 plays. They moved it 60 yards, and it took them 7 minutes and 15 seconds. We've got a 3-3 tie. Boise State will be getting a Bills kickoff return when we come back after this on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Cobblestone Car Wash, locally driven by Epic Shine and Bluebird Express Car Wash. We're keeping the Treasure Valley clean and Bronco proud as the official car wash of the Broncos. With 15 locations, you're always close to a winning shine. Cobblestone Car Wash. Shine on, Treasure Valley.
Bronco Nation knows a little something about home field advantage, and these partners bring that same energy to your home. Give it up for your Boise State home team. Atkinson's Mirror and Glass, Blind Appeal, Cloverdale Plumbing Company, Dodd Roofing, Nampa Floors and Interiors, GrowPaint.com, Snake River Pool and Spa, Boucher Real Estate, and Mr. Mud Concrete. When you need help at home, make them a part of your home team. Bronco fans, you bring the noise, and these restaurants bring the flavor. Boise State's preferred restaurant partners include Anthony's, Chip Cookies, Costa Vida, Dutch Bros, Ruth's Chris, Taco Bell, and Ticanos. Show them some love for supporting your Broncos next time you grab a bite.
Game day in the Treasure Valley starts with a win and a clean car. Cobblestone Car Wash is proud to be the official car wash of the Broncos. Swing by any of our 15 locations, get that car sparkling, and show your Bronco pride. Cobblestone Car Wash, Idaho's premier car wash.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is proud to be the official oil change partner of the Broncos. You can visit one of Valvoline Instant Oil Change's Treasure Valley locations for a stay in your car oil change done in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Visit VIOC.com/Broncos. Boise State with a couple of sacks on that drive and really kind of helped shut the door. Marco Notriani, Pete, off to a great start.
Yeah, he's got 5 tackles so far this football game, but 3 of them are solo, including that sack that forwarded that last drive there by Washington. Great job by him just starting fast.
Sterling Lane, the second, with a sack as well on the drive a little earlier on. Washington will kick off. Bachowski will kick. And Sherrod will be a couple of yards deep in the end zone. Sherrod had a 41-yard return on the first kickoff. This is a Bills heating and air conditioning kickoff. Let Bills help you return a kick for a touchdown in your own home. Just like the Broncos, they know how to bring the heat, keep their cool under pressure. And we're going to have a touchback, and Boise State will take over 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Boise State only had the ball for 4 plays in the first drive. got a field goal out of it. Again, the kick return by Sherrod really set them up with great field position.
Yeah, it really did. Now Boise State has to work for it for some degree. Dylan Riley so far 2 carries, just 7 yards, but Maddox Madsen 1 for 1, finding Chris Marshall for 14 yards.
Madsen under center, goes to the run, trying to go around right end was the Bronco running back. Not much doing there.
That was Sire Gaines. That was the first time he had a carry in this football game, trying to work off the right side of that offensive line, but Washington, almost like a giant wall, pretty tough to move for the offensive line of Boise State.
Gaines gets credited for 1. Going to the left side will be Gaines along with Bates and Wagner. To the right side, Marshall and Caples. Right now, no running back in the backfield with Madsen. Madsen gets the snap. Quick throw. Wagner with the catch. McLaughlin with the original stop. Tackle made by Alexander. Broncos, though, get outside the 30. They'll get to the 32 for a pickup of 6.
And Matt Wagner is such a great tight end. Not only one of the better blockers for Boise State, but one of the surest-handed wide receivers, essentially, for Boise State. Nice pickup there to make this third down manageable for the Broncos.
Third down in between 2 or 3. Holmes over the ball at center. We've got an I formation. The deep back is Gaines. Madsen ready. Fakes it to Gaines. Madsen in the pocket. Throws it left side. Caples with a catch at a 40. He's got a Mountain America first down. Forced out of bounds just shy of the 50-yard line by the safety McLaughlin. They'll mark him at the 48. We'll call that a gain of 16.
Yeah, it was essentially a play that Boise State had a lot of success last week against UNLV, working to the right side, then slip through wide receiver to the other. This time it's Latrell Caples with a sure-handed catch and some yards after catch as well to get Boise State on the 50-yard line.
Just shy of the 50 at the 48. And the pass went over to the right side. Looked like it may have been caught by Lauder for a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
And Boise State's involved the tight ends a lot more in the really receiving these last few weeks. Matt Lauder, Matt Wagner has had a couple big monster games together here the second half of the season.
Broncos gain 2 to the 50-yard line. Gaines remains the running back. Madsen in the shotgun. 3-3 the score. Madsen gets the snap, delayed handoff to Gaines. Gaines will push the pile to the 46-yard line. Thompson makes the tackle, and he makes 4 there. And the Broncos will have a 3rd down and 6 coming up.
Yeah, no mystery, this Washington defense, tough to run against. Only 103 yards given up a game, 17th best rush defense in the country. Right now, Boise State only averaging 2.8 yards per carry.
Minute 34 to go in the first quarter. Caples now lines up in the backfield with Madsen. Now he goes out to the right. Sherrod in the backfield now replacing him. Huskies showing blitz. 3rd down. Madsen throws the ball over the middle, and it's intercepted by Alexander. He got it at the 45-yard line into Bronco territory. Sherrod will make the tackle, and they'll have it around the Bronco 34-yard line.
Yeah, Maddox Madsen, unfortunately, almost a freshman mistake on that one as he went through his progression, just did not have any eyes on the linebacker, Alexander, as he jumped up and brought a big old interception down for Huskies for the first turnover of the game.
And Washington will take over. We've got timeout on the field. 1:09 left in the first quarter. 3-3. Washington gets the game's first turnover. We're back with more on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
When Broncos fans are hungry for action, they head to Albertson Stadium for some great football. When they're ready to experience the essence of the Northwest, they head to Anthony's Restaurant in downtown Boise. Enjoy Northwest favorites like wild salmon, fresh oysters on the half shell, halibut, and more at Anthony's in downtown Boise, with free validated parking in the Simplot Garage. Dine before or after the game. Make your reservations today at anthonys.com.
Bronco fans, looking for a bank that bleeds blue and helps enhance your financial well-being? What about a bank that is based in Idaho and has served the Gem State for over 110 years and proudly supports Boise State? Look no further than First Federal Bank, offering best-in-class banking products and services like our rewards checking account, where you can earn an incredible 5.01 annual percentage yield. To learn more, visit bankfirstfed.com. First Federal Bank, Idaho's community bank of choice. Member FDIC.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide with an ice-cold fountain drink at one of our concession stands. Bob Beeler, Pete Cavender back here. Just a minute 9 remaining in the first quarter. Game's first break goes to Washington. X-Ray Alexander with the interception returns it to the Bronco 34. And for Maddox Madsen, that is interception number 8 on the season.
Yeah, Maddox Madsen was just going through his progression with his throws, was looking for Chris Marshall, and almost like a freshman mistake just to not see the linebacker hovering underneath. And X-Ray Alexander did a great job just jumping up, getting that interception. But on that play, Roger Carrion had to be helped off as well with some trainers. You saw him do that a couple times last week against the Rebels. So hopefully he'll be okay, because Boise State's already missing 2 starting offensive linemen for this one.
Roger Carrion is a guy, Pete, that every time you see him go out, you think, oh, he's maybe going to be lost for the entire season, and he ends up coming back into the game.
Yeah, I think he got hurt 2 or 3 times against the Rebels last week, but one of the toughest Broncos essentially throw another roll of duct tape on him, and he's good to go.
Bud Light, proud sponsor of Boise State Athletics. Easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Lengthy timeouts here at the LA Bowl, down to a minute 9 to go in the first quarter. Boise State had a field goal on their first possession. The Huskies countered with a field goal of their own on a long drive that took them 15 plays. They had the ball for over 7 minutes. And then on the Broncos' second possession, Madsen throws the pick, and now the Huskies on the field with short field to work. They take over at the Bronco 34. Again, the game is tied at 3 with a minute 9 to go in the first quarter. Williams on the first drive, 3 of 5 for 28 yards. Coleman, the leading rusher, 5 carries for 27 yards. Muhammad in the backfield now for Washington. He's a bigger, thicker back. Williams takes the snap, runs left. And a great open field tackle by Zion Washington, the safety. We'll call it no gain on the play. Washington comes up and makes a nice stop.
And Zion Washington really did a beautiful job there just reading Williams. It was essentially a quarterback sweep with a couple lead blockers. Muhammad being the fullback essentially, but there's going to be Zion Washington fighting through it, getting that tackle for no gain.
Virgin Morgan, Feely, Latu, and Steege right now, the guys up front. Williams under center, Muhammad the deep back. Fake it to Muhammad. Williams in the pocket, delivers the pass to the left side, in and out of the hands of Boston. He should have had it inside the 5. Washington was late getting over there, but that was a flat-out drop by the Huskies' third-team All-Big Ten receiver.
Yeah, Boston actually was being defended there by Jeremiah Irby, and he got left in the dust as he cut back to the outside. The ball was a little bit overthrown there. Zion Washington did a nice job really closing the window, trying to put a hit on the wide receiver in case he caught it to jar it loose. But that ball just had a little bit too much mustard on it there from Williams.
3rd and 10 for the Huskies from the Bronco 34. 3-3 the score. Down to 28 seconds in the first quarter. Broncos looking for a Western Heating and Air 3rd down stop. Williams gets the snap. Throws the ball to the right side. It's caught But Notriani there with his 6th tackle makes another stop on 3rd down. The running back, Mohammed, will be tackled for a big loss of 6 back to the 40-yard line, and the Broncos get another 3rd down stop.
What a play. What a start for Marco Notriani, sniffing out that screen, getting a big tackle for loss, and forcing Washington to punt, stopping a drive once again.
On the punt will be done, and that will be the end of the first quarter. And the score will remain tied at 3, so Boise State is going to get the ball back on a punt. Great job by the defense. Marco Notriani in his final game for Boise State is just playing on fire. We'll take a break. 15 minutes in the books. Broncos and Huskies tied at 3 on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hello, is this Pacific Source Health Plans?
This is a health plan.
I'm trying to reach Pacific Source. I know I'll get a person on the phone when I call them.
What do you think I am?
I mean, you sound like a person.
That's what counts.
Automated systems can do a lot, even sound a lot like people. What automated systems can't do is offer the quality our members rely on: empathy. When you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll talk to a person who cares.
What did you say your name was?
Nexa 9000.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
At Tamarack Resorts, adventure comes with mountain modern experiences. Feel the rush of downhill skiing, the satisfaction of a perfect golf swing, and the tranquility of lake life. End your day with unforgettable cuisine, sophisticated amenities, and warm community spirit. Whether you're a first-time visitor, a long-time resident, or a Bronco, Tamarack invites you to create memories that will last a lifetime. Experience mountains as they should be at tamarackidaho.com today.
Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. It's unlike any other bowl experience. It's not just about football, it's about Idaho. The famous Idaho Potato Bowl is going to take place on Monday the 22nd at noon. Washington State against Utah State. 2 Pac-12 members next season. Go to famousidahopotato.com. Statistics pretty close for one quarter. 54 yards for Washington, 49 for Boise State. Time of possession, though, favored the Huskies 8:24 to 6:36.
Yeah, each team has 2 possessions, almost like the Army-Navy game earlier today, which they were just eating up the clock. But Marco Notriani just doing his best Leighton Vander Esch impression in this one. 6 tackles so far, big old sack and a tackle for loss as well. Essentially stopping Huskies' 2 offensive possessions in this game by getting stops for Marco Notriani.
Madsen in the first quarter, 4 out of 5, but unfortunately 1 interception that looks like will get wiped off the board with a punt. Rushing totals for the Broncos. Riley, 2 carries for 6 yards, Gaines 2 for 4. That's 4 carries for 10 yards. Boise State's going to have to run the ball better, Pete, if they're going to win this football game.
Yeah, really, that is the lone key, I think, in this football game for Boise State, is trying to get the running attack going. But easier said than done against this Husky defense.
On the punt will be Luke Dunn. First punt of the game for the Huskies. Right now, they've got a 4th down and 16. I wouldn't expect any trickery. I would think they'd try to flip the field position, and Dunn gets a very high kick. Sherrod will let it go at the 5, and the Huskies try to down it at the 2, but it takes a bounce, and unable to knock it down and keep it on the field of play was Prysock. And Boise State will take the ball at the 20 on the touchback.
Yeah, Boise State dodges a bullet on that one. As with this tough defense of Washington, you don't want your heels in your own end zone. Boise State now has at least a little bit of working room set up on the 20.
So it's 3-3 as we begin play in the second quarter. Broncos with the ball at the 20-yard line. Riley and Bates, Wagner and Caples are all to the left side, which is the short side. Chris Marshall wide out to the right, which is the wide side. Madsen an empty set. Now Riley joins him in the backfield. Riley played Series 1. Gaines played Series 2 and outs back to Riley in Series 3. Again, Broncos without their 2 starting tackles. Madsen pass over the middle, and it's batted down by those tall defensive linemen for Washington.
Yeah, but I do like how Maddox Madsen at least standing in the pocket, not trying to roll out, not trying to do too much there offensively for Boise State. Another thing to watch, Roger Carrion at least not back in the game right now. So Jason Steele's in at his place, playing alongside Jake Steele, who's playing right tackle.
So that's your right side of the line. Holmes is at center. Randolph and Cox on the left side. Madsen under center on second down from the 20. The handoff to Riley up the middle, and he'll get about 4 yards out to the 24-yard line before he's knocked down, and the Broncos will have to earn a 3rd and 6. Boise State 1 out of 2 on 3rd downs.
Again, just running so tough against this Washington defense. There's a lot of help from the defensive backs. Rashawn Clark was a big part of getting that stop as he plays a nickel for the Huskies.
3rd and 6. The Broncos need to get to the 30-yard line. Sherrod, Bates, and Lauder go to the left. Penry and Marshall to the right. Huskies showing blitz. There's 6 guys at the line. We'll see how many come. Madsen gets the snap, 4 rush. Quick throw to the left side and in and out of the hands of Sherrod. And Boise State will have a 3 and out. And they will send the punting team on.
Yeah, Malik Sherrod did a nice job running the route, finding that first down marker, but just simply dropped that pass from Maddox Madsen. The ball hitting him in the chest.
Doyle on to punt this season for Boise State. Doyle averaging 44 yards a punt. It's been a nice addition from Weber State, replacing James Ferguson Reynolds, who transferred to Oregon. Hutton to snap. Doyle rolls it to the right and then punts the ball. Roebuck lets it bounce at the 33-yard line. It'll roll inside the 30 to about the 28. So we'll call that punt. 48 yards for Doyle and no return. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Bronco football. .13:51 to go in the second quarter. Boise State 3 and Washington 3. Broncos with a long field goal. The Huskies with a relatively short field goal. From the 29, Coleman back in the game at running back, so he runs the 1st and 3rd series, and he'll get the handoff. Up the middle, runs into Max Steege, who makes the tackle. Not a huge gain, maybe about 3 out to the 32-yard line.
Yeah, and again, just great job there by Max Steege, just playing with effort, getting better each and every week for Boise State. Of course, he's going to have to play a big game on this one. That was a big stop for Max Steege.
Adrian Sanusi now in at tackles. Steege and Virgin Morgan remained at ends. They gave him forward progress to the 33. Williams under center, Coleman the lone back. Rip and Notriani at linebackers. Handoff again, Coleman running to the right side. Virgin Morgan on the tackle. Again, a short gain. Actually, maybe a loss of 1 when they mark it. Ball back to the 32. 3rd down and long coming up for Washington.
Yes, Jaden Virgin Morgan playing stand-up defensive end. Just did a great job not letting that tight end cut him off towards the play. Was able to beat him and get involved with that stop for no gain.
See what the Huskies come up with here. Williams gets the snap. Good protection. Now breaking free. Feely missed him. Williams runs up, and he'll be tackled short of the 35-yard line. Madry was the guy that knocked him down, but it doesn't look like he got the line to gain. Close. But Boise State gets the Western Heating and Air 3rd down stop.
Yeah, just great effort there by Boise State's defense. You can overcome really a lot of disadvantage just by hustle and heart and pursuit to the football. Boise State right now defensively playing with a lot of heart and passion.
4th down and 5 coming up for the Huskies. Dunn on to punt for the 2nd time. Dunn catches and quickly kicks it. Sherrod calling for the fair catch at around the 26-yard line. And that'll be a 40-yard punt and no return. We've got timeout on the field. It's still 3-3. Take a break with 11:55 to go in the first half on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Get your head in the game and out of the checkout line with Albertsons Drive Up and Go. Place an order online and our team will select the freshest ingredients, crunchiest snacks, and coolest refreshments so you have everything you need for game day. When you pull up for the play, we'll send out our team for the handoff so you can make a break for the end zone. Albertsons is the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics. Just download our new Albertsons for You deals and delivery app, place your order, and drive up and go Broncos.
Bronco fans, you bring the noise, and these restaurants bring the flavor. Boise State's preferred restaurant partners include Anthony's, Chip Cookies, Costa Vida, Dutch Bros, Ruth's Chris, Taco Bell, and Tucanos. Show them some love for supporting your Broncos next time you grab a bite.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Boise State with the football again. Officially, they'll take over at the 27-yard line. Early on in the second quarter, 11:55 to go. It's a 3-3 game. This week's Ford Student Athlete of the Week is Pearson Carmichael from the men's basketball team. On Wednesday night, he dropped a career-high 26 points off the bench against Duquesne. Men's basketball team 7-3 will play St. Mary's, a 9-1 team, tomorrow at 4. Our pregame show on the network will get going at 3:30. Congratulations to Pina Carmichael being the Ford Student Athlete of the Week.
I think if you can make it to that game tomorrow, Bob, a lot of Bronco Nation can make it as well. Just do a nice little caravan. Bob Beeler will blaze trail all the way to Idaho Falls.
What I'm planning to do.
Not much sleep, no rest for the wicked. Must be fueled by candy for that one.
Actually, my favorite, as you said on the Seattle radio, chocolate chip cookie. Saw them in the press box and grabbed 3.
Yeah, smart move. Scoop and score, I'll call that.
Yes. Boise State will take over at the 27-yard line. Madsen 4 of 7 for just 38 yards. No touchdowns and interception. Running the ball has been pretty well non-existent. Riley, the leading rusher, 4 carries for 10 yards. And he will be back out there at running back. So he will start the 4th series for the Broncos. He had series 1 and 3. Not a lot of plays for Boise State, just 13. Washington has 20 plays that they've run. Both teams have had the ball for 3 series, but they had 15 on their field goal drive.
Yeah, but Boise State's run defense, 13 carries for the Huskies, only 37 yards. And Marco Notriani with 10% of his season tackles so far here, just about a quarter of play in the LA Bowl.
In motion comes Caples to the right. Handoff Riley left side. Riley will get across the line of scrimmage out to the 30. We'll call it a gain of 3. So 2nd and 7 coming up. Broncos looking like they're going to hurry things up. Go without a huddle. Madsen to Caples. Receivers blocking. Caples gets across the 30. McLaughlin knocks him down around the 31-yard line if they give him forward progress. Again, not much there. Boise State had a couple of receivers out there, but that sort of bubble screen hasn't worked all year.
Yeah, that was an option play there, run-pass option, and Maddox Madsen likes to go with the wide receiver screen there to Latrell Caples. Maybe a little bit too much dancing in the backfield, just trying to find some space to run through.
3rd and 7. The Broncos need to get out to the 37-yard line. Madsen and Sherrod in the backfield. Madsen gets the snap. Throws the ball to the right side. Coming back for it. Chris Marshall had it, and then it was knocked away by Prysock. incomplete, and the Broncos will have a 3-and-out and have to punt.
Yeah, that was one heck of a play there by Prysock. That looks like that was a guaranteed first down for Boise State through Chris Marshall. But Prysock did a great job just ripping at that football, getting his hands in between Chris Marshall's, making sure that football was incomplete.
Back to return the punt for Washington is the freshman Desmond Roebuck. Oscar Doyle will punt from the right hash. Punting with the snap. Doyle will punt the ball, kind of a tumbling kick. Roebuck will play it on about the 27-yard line, get a return of 1. Great job by Boise State's kick coverage team. On the stop was Ty Benefield.
And who else would you want there hustling? You see Ty Benefield very fired up to play in this game as well.
Got another timeout on the field. 10:46 to go in the half. Got a low-scoring game. It's the Broncos 3, the Huskies 3 on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today. Based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Hey Broncos, quagga mussels are threatening one of Idaho's most valuable resources, our water. These invasive species can clog pipes, damage boats, ruin our waterways, impact irrigation, and even drive up energy costs. We need your help playing defense. If you're out boating, floating, or paddling, always clean, drain, and dry your gear and watercraft every single time. It's quick, it's easy, and it helps protect the waters we all love. Learn more at invasivespecies.idaho.gov. It's up to us to protect Idaho's waters.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Mountainland Supply is the exclusive supplier of the Comfort Maker HVAC in Idaho. You can get your HVAC, plumbing, waterworks, landscaping, agricultural, pump, drilling, tools, and safety supply, all for your next project at Mountainland Supply. They've got locations in Nampa, Burley, Idaho Falls, and Pocatello. You can also go online to mountainlandsupply.com. 3-3 the score. Both teams with a field goal on their first possession. 10:46 to go in the half. Broncos field goal was set up by a 41-yard kick return by Sherrod. Marco Notriani with a couple of big tackles for loss. Won a sack that forced the Huskies to go for a field goal on a 15-play drive.
Yeah, and the other one was a tackle for loss on a screen pass to Mohammed that stopped the second possession for Washington. So far, Boise State's defense, in my mind, playing great. Only giving up 22 yards passing through the air. The rushing defense has only given up 37 yards for Boise State.
Total yards now really tight. Washington with 59, Boise State with 56. Broncos have had the ball one more possession than Washington. Washington will start, looks like, around its 18-yard line. Looking at the Bronco defense, Steege, Latu, Bealey, and Woodard in there, so Virgin Morgan getting a break. Irby and Smith on the corners. The safeties, Washington and Benefield. Mickey is the nickel. Williams rolling to the right, chased by Phelps. Gets around the corner and gets guided out of bounds by Irby. Not much of a gain there, maybe 4 yards on the play. 2nd and 6 coming up.
But again, another example of how fast the quarterback Williams is. Bone Phelps, a former safety for Boise State, looked like he was in position to maybe get his tackle with really minimal gain. The stiff arm by Williams in his 6th gear was able to get the edge against Boise State.
2nd down and 6 for the Huskies from their own 22-yard line. Right now, your linebackers are Rip and Phelps as Notriani catches a break. Williams comes under center. Mohammed is the lone back. 2nd and 6. Roebuck in motion to the right. Williams Dodges one pass rusher, throwing the ball downfield long. No one within 20 yards of Boston, and he is going to waltz his way into the end zone for a touchdown. Complete gap in the back of the Bronco defense, and the Huskies have a long bomb for a touchdown.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Boise State loses the best wide receiver for Washington, Denzel Boston, there for a 78-yard touchdown. He was so wide open, Williams could have threw it with his left hand. He could have punted it to him. Complete break and bust down there by Boise State's defense, and Washington takes advantage and scores.
On for the extra point will be Gross. It is now a 10-3 lead for the Huskies. Touchdown comes with 9:54 remaining in the half. Gross on for the extra point. And the kick is up, and the kick is good. Gross now 55 out of 55 on extra points. So the Broncos make a big mistake, and it cost them 7 points.
Yeah, you see Boise State in that last play had a big old corner blitz. Actually looked like Sherrod Smith. A great opportunity for him to get inside and get the sack there, and Williams got a nice late block there from Muhammad, it looks like, to spring Williams loose. And again, a total bust, no one within probably 30 or 40 yards on Boston. Looks like Zion Washington, Ty Benefield trying to pass it up, off to each other, I should say, and no one picked him up.
78 yards on the score for Williams. It is touchdown pass number 22. For Boston, touchdown catch number 11. He leads the Huskies in that category. In the drive, 2 plays, 82 yards, and takes 40 seconds for the score. So both teams have now had the ball 4 times. And kicking off is Macheski. And it's 1 yard deep in the end zone. Brought out by Sherrod. Gets to the 10, to the 20. Spins out of a tackle and gets knocked down finally at the 25-yard line. Leroy Bryant on the stop for Washington.
Nice hurdle there from Leek Sherrod to get out of a tackle and get Boise State out to the 25-yard line.
So decent field position for the Broncos.
Roger Carrion back out in the offensive line for Boise State.
Just as you predicted, Pete.
Another roll of duct tape gone, and he's in.
Matson under center. Gaines will be the running back on this drive. Lauder, the tight end, in motion over to the right side. So there's a tight end now on each side of the line. Matson fakes it to Gaines. Matson back to pass, throws it short to the right side. Lauder with the catch at around the 25-yard line, fights his way across the 30. He'll get to about the 33 for a gain of 8. Prysock on the tackle for Washington.
Great check down pass there from Maddox Matson to his big tight end, Matt Lauder, taking what Washington's defense is willing to give them and making sure Boise State stays on schedule, but doing great right now with it being 2nd and 2.
10-3 now in favor of Washington. Still 9 and change left before halftime. Handoff right side to Gaines. Gaines will get them out in America first down, out across the 35 to about the 36. So he'll get 3, and the sticks will move for the Broncos, and that'll be their 3rd Mountain America first down of the first half.
A nice job by Sire Gaines just getting outside of all that mess. Wasn't the biggest run for Boise State, but enough to get a first down for the Broncos.
They'll spot the ball at the 36-yard line. Fresh set of downs. Marshall and Penry to the left. Quentin Brown, who had that 66-yard TD against Utah State, to the right. Sherrod is the running back. And it's going to be a reverse to the left side to Brown. Gets a block from Marshall. He'll get out across the 40 to the 41. We'll call it a gain of 5. And it'll be 2nd and 5 coming up for the Broncos.
Got some nifty moves there from the speedster, Quentin Brown, who's been a bigger part of the Boise State's offense really the last couple weeks as well. Laid a couple Husky defenders. Get Boise State about a 6-7 yard gain on that sweep.
Got around Clark. Prysock, I think, finally brought him down. Penry, who's been a big receiver of late, goes to the left. Bates to the right. Capel's in the slot to the right. Running play right side. It's Sherrod. He'll get out close to the 45-yard line. We'll see where they finally mark it. It'll be just short of the first down.
Boise State really needs to pick up this 3rd and short here, only about 2 yards. And Boise State's running game has to be efficient and make sure that Washington respects it. This is definitely a 3rd down and short that Boise State should be able to pick up with their running attack.
Approaching the midway point of the second quarter, Broncos down 10-3. 3rd and 2. Madsen under center. Handoff Gaines. Gaines went right, then cut back in the middle, and he's got the first down. He'll get close to the 50-yard line. Probably mark him down somewhere around the 48, but needed 2 and got 3. And another Mountain America first down for the Broncos.
Yeah, so far playing left tackle, no Cage Casey's. He's sitting at home, sipping on a soda on his couch, watching the game on TV. Kyle Cox doing a great job that left side of the offensive line, getting some movement there against the defensive end. Let Sire Gaines pick up that first down.
1st and 10 Broncos, just shy of the midfield stripe at the 48-yard line. Gaines out of the backfield in motion to the left. Madsen now in an empty set. Penry, Caples, Gaines, all left. Madsen gets the snap, throws it right side. Lauder with a catch at the 45, inside the 50, down close to the 45-yard line of Washington, another 7 yards. And the Broncos slowly but surely moving the ball down the field.
It's just been a slow drip from Boise State's offense, but still efficient, still getting yardage, still making 1st and 2nd and 3rd down manageable. Nice screen call there from Nate Potter, offensive coordinator. Washington showed heavy blitz. The screen was a great call there to go against it.
They're going to mark him short of the 45 at around the 46 at this time. Madsen with Riley in the backfield. Handoff Riley up the middle. Riley will drive inside the 45 to about the 43, so another 3 yards for the Broncos, and it'll set them up with a 3rd down and either a long 1 or a short 2. Now they've moved the ball back, it looks like, to the 44, so don't quite give him as many as I thought he had.
Yeah, so far Boise State just 2 for 6 on 3rd downs. This is another one you got to have.
Sherrod in the backfield. Need a couple. Bates in motion to the left. Madsen gets the snap. Rolls left, comes back to the right, and overthrows Sherrod. Sherrod was covered. The linebacker Manu had him. And now Boise State's going to have to decide what to do with 4th down and 2. They are 52% on 4th downs, and it looks like they're going to go for it, trailing 10-3.
Yeah, 5:20 left to go here in the first half. Boise State will get the ball to start the second half. I think a good call here by Spencer Danielson, trying to play aggressive.
Scoreboard says it's 4th and 1. I think it's more like 2. Gaines is the running back. Madsen under center. 4th down. Madsen to throw for it. Now tries to run. Steps out of the pocket. Pushes the pile. It is going to be close.
Looks like they're going to mark him just short.
Looks like the Huskies are going to come up with a 4th down stop. Washington pointing the other way. Madsen went back, set up, and Boise State is denied a 4th down stop for Washington.
A nice effort there from Maddox Madsen. Everything was covered up. I was expecting a run there. 4th and short with Sire Gaines, but instead of pass, looks like it was covered up in some pressure on Maddox Madsen's face. Was able to get out of it. I think just a half yard short. Good call there by the official.
So Washington will take over on their own 43. 10-3 Huskies. Down to 4:59 to go in the first half. Let's take a break on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield. Get your head in the game and out of the checkout line with Albertsons Drive Up and Go. Place an order online and our team will select the freshest ingredients, crunchiest snacks, and coolest refreshments so you have everything you need for game day. When you pull up for the play, we'll send out our team for the handoff so you can make a break for the end zone. Albertsons is the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics. Just download our new Albertsons for You deals and delivery app, place your order, and drive up and go Broncos.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
When it comes to custom apparel, you want the best quality at competitive prices, and that's what we're all about at the Idaho Shirt Company. We print for some of the biggest names in the game: Nike, Hoka, Puma, and best of all, Boise State. If you're ready to elevate your brand or team, come visit our new retail store and production facility in Boise, and follow us on Instagram at Idaho Shirts, or visit idahoshirts.com to get your quote today. The Idaho Shirt Company, America's source for custom apparel, a proud partner of Boise State Athletics.
Idaho loves Bronco football and getting out on the water. To tackle invasive species, every watercraft, including boats, paddleboards, and kayaks, must be cleaned, drained, and dried after every use. It's up to us to protect Idaho's waters. Boise State went for a 4th down and 2, got stopped. Alexander, the linebacker, made the tackle. And you look at 2 linebackers in this 10-3 lead for Washington that have played very well. Marco Notriani was 6 tackles and a sack, another tackle for loss, and Alexander with a couple of tackles plus a pick.
Yeah, really, linebacker play has been big in this one. It's been a defensive dominant game so far, minus a 78-yard touchdown pass to Boston of Washington Huskies, where Boise State had a total meltdown and collapse on that play.
Make your neighborhood Jackson's your spot for game day prep. From snacks and drinks to essentials like milk, eggs, and bread, Jackson's has you covered. Get in, get out, and get back to the game. So the Bronco defense, after a 4th down stop by the Huskies, back out on the field, trailing 10-3. Washington will take over good field position on their own 43-yard line. Williams 5 of 8 for exactly 100 yards throwing the ball. Again, had 78 on one play. Huskies have only run it for 41 yards, averaging less than 3 yards a carry. Mohammed, the bigger back, is back in the game with Williams. 3 receivers to the left, 1 tight end to the right. Williams awaits the snap, and the shotgun has it. In the pocket. Throws the ball to the right side. Caught by Boston again. Mickey makes the tackle, but first down, gain of 15, will take the ball into Bronco territory at the 41.
Yeah, Denzel Boston looks like he just might be an issue for Boise State. Jaden Mickey was in coverage, but behind him by 3 or 4 steps. Pretty easy throw there from Williams to Boston for first down.
Boston, a junior, but a lot of people think he's going to come out.
He definitely looks like an NFL wide receiver to me.
1st and 10, Huskies leading 10-3 at the Bronco 41-yard line. Williams under center. Jordan Washington in the game at running back for the first time. And they'll hand it to Washington off right tackle. Runs into Zion Washington, who will make the tackle, but after about 2 yards of contact. And Washington gets a run of about 6 yards.
And Jordan Washington, the smallest back for the Huskies at 185 pounds. Met there by Zion Washington, who's actually got about 30 pounds of weight on him. But Jordan Washington able to fall forward for a 5-yard pickup.
2nd and 5 for the Huskies from the Bronco 36-yard line. They lead at 10-3. Williams rolls to the right, throws the ball downfield, had his receiver out there, but overthrew one of his tight ends. It was intended for Decker DeGraff. DeGraff with 31 catches on the season. And now the Huskies will have to earn 3rd and 5 from the Bronco 36.
A heavy play action there. Got Zion Washington to bite. He was there defending the tight end, DeGraff of Washington. And Williams just got too big of eyes on that one and misfired.
From here, it's about a 55-yard field goal attempt for the Huskies. 10-3 Washington, 3rd and 5. They need to get to the Bronco 31. The snap comes from the 36. Coleman is back in the backfield. Williams gets the snap, goes to the run to Coleman. Coleman's going to get the first down. Phelps will make the tackle, but again, contact made. Coleman able to push him for 2 more yards. He'll get to the Bronco 26-yard line, and that's a gain of 10.
A nice play there from Coleman of the Washington Huskies. The tailback did just a great job reading, setting up his blocks, and burst through the hole, picking up a first down for Washington once again.
And as Pete mentioned, 3:25 and counting to go in the second quarter. Broncos will have to kick off to Washington to start the third quarter. Williams, quick pass to the right side, caught by DeGraff, the tight end. DeGraff inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. Pickup of another 8 yards for Washington. And they've come inside the red zone. And the red zone is presented by Coastline Equipment.
Washington's offense seems like it's starting to hum along now here as we get towards the end of the second quarter.
Washington with the ball at the Bronco 19. Williams back to the run. Washington breaking tackles inside the 10, down to about the 6. And it'll be a gain of 13 for Jordan Washington, who's been the running back on this drive.
And again, just Jordan Washington doing a nice job reading his blocks, being a little bit patient, setting him up. Boise State didn't do a great job keeping contain on that one. Zion Washington and Ty Benefield, the only ones there to get a stop.
And now Washington with an opportunity to take a 2-score lead. They lead by 7, 10-3. They have a 1st and goal at the Broncos 6. Williams under center. Play fakes, bootlegs to the right, may keep it. Now throws the ball for the goal line. And did they say he caught it for a touchdown? He did. Roebuck, the freshman receiver, makes the catch. And the Huskies will up the lead to 16-3.
Yeah, that was one heck of a catch there by Roebuck, just speeding through. It looks like Williams might have wanted to scramble, but instead just threw a bullet, a two-seam fastball that was probably 100 miles an hour right there to the freshman wide receivers. He secured it, got the knee down, touchdown, Huskies.
And for Roebuck, the freshman, his 7th touchdown catch of the season. Gross on for the extra point. He's 55 out of 55 on the season. And for Williams, his 2nd touchdown pass of the day, so he now has 23 on the year. Washington went 57 yards after the 4th down stop in 7 plays. Took them 3:03 to do it. And they're going to try for a 14-point lead, something that in games against power teams, Boise State found themselves down a couple of touchdowns at halftime fairly regularly, and Gross's kick is up and good. 17-3, and it brings us to the 2-minute warning. Let's take a break with 1:56 left in the half. 14-point advantage for the Huskies on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
As an agriculture company rooted in our connection to food, farming, and the land, we are always looking for new ways to carry forward the Simplot legacy of bringing Earth's resources to life. The world of agriculture is much different from nearly a century ago when our founder, J.R. Simplot, started the company. But one constant remains: the land we cultivate. Whether we're mining and manufacturing plant nutrients, feeding cattle, or growing and producing food, we are stewards of the land, securing a bountiful future for generations to come.
Ideal, which is Idaho's 529 college savings plan. They're a proud sponsor of Bronco football, and they want to remind you to open or contribute to an Ideal account by December 31st to qualify for 2025 tax benefits. Information and a full disclosure statement, including risk terms and conditions, can be found online. Please read carefully before investing. idsaves.org.
Big drive here for Boise State's offense. A minute 56 left. Washington deferred and will get the ball to start the second half. Boise State, ever since you said they were trailing Washington in a close one in terms of total yardage, 56-59. Now Boise State's offense has 88 yards of offense. Washington 198. Denzel Boston alone, the wide receiver for Washington, has 5 catches for 118 yards and a touchdown.
Score now is 17-3. If you're looking at scoring, the Broncos scored first. 53-yard field goal by Boomer. Washington got a short field goal, 33 yards from Gross to tie the game at 3 with 4:20 to go in the first quarter. Second quarter, the Huskies have 2 touchdowns, 78-yard pass, Williams to Boston. Broncos were asleep at the switch in the secondary on that one, and the Broncos just went for it on 4th down, and a 57-yard drive in 7 plays results in a 6-yard touchdown pass from Williams to Roebuck. This is a big drive here. You've got a minute 56 to go, Pete. You've got all of your timeouts, and you know you're kicking off to Washington to start the third quarter. You really need something here.
Yeah, you really do need something. Only 88 yards of offense from Boise State in the first half. The minute 56 left to go is just not enough to get it done. Boise State 13 carries for 37 yards. That's a 2.8 yards per carry average. And Maddox Madsen started 4 for 5. The only incomplete was an interception. Now he's 7 for 12 for 51 yards.
So he's 3 for his last 7, but only 51 yards passing. Huskies will kick off. Kicking off will be Machowski. This is another Bills Heating and Air Conditioning kick return. Let Bills help you return a kick for a touchdown in your home. For year-round comfort you can count on, call Bills Heating and Air Conditioning, the Treasure Valley's HVAC experts. Machowski will kick off. And Sherrod is going to play it 5 yards deep in the end zone and take a knee, and Boise State will take over at their own 25-yard line, 1st and 10.
Boise State needs to bleed clutch on this one if they have any hopes of trying to beat Washington. I think they'll have to score here on this drive.
Carry-on is out again at right guard. Jason Steele in. Jake Steele playing for Dalen Matoyer at right tackle. He was injured last week against UNLV. Kyle Cox in at left tackle for Cage Casey, who opted out of the game to prepare for the NFL draft. And we've got a whistle and I think a false start against Boise State. So a game that hasn't had a whole lot of penalties. The Broncos will start behind the sticks. It'll be 1st and 15.
I think that one was on Zach Holmes as well, just kind of moving the ball a little bit. Can't have a center jump off sides as he's had a few of them this season.
Broncos with their second penalty of the game. Washington also with 2. So it's 1st and 15 as the ball goes back to the 20. Madsen gets the snap in the shotgun. Steps up in the pocket, throws the ball. It's tipped, intending it for Lauder in the middle of the field. Matt Lauder would have probably had a chance to have 6 or 7 yards, but the ball was deflected second time today that a Husky defender has gotten in the passing lane.
Yeah, a little risky pass there from Maddox Madsen. It looked like he was going to scramble, try to soup it by Alexander. He's had a great start playing linebacker for the Huskies. Hopefully Maddox Madsen doesn't feel like he needs to do too much. Just needs to play at the top of his efficiency.
Alexander probably the leading candidate for defensive player of the game so far. Madsen on 2nd and 15, flushed out of the pocket to the left. Now throws the ball up for grabs. It's a scrum, and it's intercepted by Clark at the 38-yard line. An ill-advised pass by Maddox Madsen. Second interception for him in the game, and the Huskies will take over with 1:39 left in the half on the plus side of the 50.
Almost a little speechless there after that throw by Maddox Madsen. There's a pressure on the inside, forced him to float out left, but right throwing across your body, on your heels, bad feet, total floater. That was almost a throw you'd see a true freshman throw, not a junior. Has played a lot of games for Boise State. Terrible decision by Maddox Madsen.
So when you look at the Penn State game, the Notre Dame game, and the first half of the Washington game, between those 2.5 games, Pete, he now has thrown 9 interceptions against those power teams.
Yeah, before that play, I said I was a little worried that Maddox Madsen's trying to do a little bit too much. Well, on that play, he definitely was.
So the Huskies will take the ball at the Bronco 35 with an opportunity here for a 3-score lead before halftime, and they will get the football to start the third quarter. Williams gets the snap, rush closing in. Williams sidesteps the rush, throws the ball out in the flat, and the ball is caught. It's going to be a first down and more. Catching the ball for Washington was Chris Lawson, and they'll get inside the Coastline Equipment red zone. First down, Huskies at the Broncos 17. So that will be a pickup of 18 yards on the play.
Ty Benefield in coverage on that one. But again, Washington has 3 or 4 steps on every defensive back on Boise State.
3 receivers to the left as that's the wide side of the field. Running back off the right shoulder of Williams. They'll hand the ball to Coleman. Coleman to the left, tries to cut back to the right. Stiff arms Irby, gets by Irby, gets to the 10, to the 5, and he'll be getting another first down. They'll knock him out of bounds at the 3-yard line. A gain of 14 for Coleman, and he was just swatting flies on the Bronco defense there.
Yeah, they were trying to do a little zone read on the left side of the football field. Boise State's defense overflowed. Jeremiah Irby was in position, but Coleman used a stiff arm A broken tackle on Irby. Ty Benefield with hustle, keeping Coleman out of the end zone.
The Huskies now with a 1st and goal, smelling blood, leading 17-3, trying to make it 24-3 here before the half. Williams left side with a pass, receiver out there, threw it up and over. Washington making the catch for the touchdown was Raiden Vines-Bright.
An easy lob pass there from Williams to Vines-Bright. The corner of the end zone is almost similar to what Washington's done the last possession or two. Just 2 or 3 steps on Boise State's defensive backs. That's the biggest difference, again, playing these Power 4 teams, just so much team speed when they're not used to seeing it each and every week. Very tough to plan for.
23-3 now. Gross on for another extra point. 3rd touchdown pass of the game for Williams. And Gross with the extra point. And Washington now extends the lead to 24-3. After the interception, the Huskies go 35 yards in just 3 plays. And it took them all of 22 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Washington does, too, with 1:17 left on the clock, as they still have 3 timeouts. Getting the ball in the 3rd quarter as well. The potential to get a 3 and out on Boise State's defense to keep pouring it on. This game starting to remind me a little bit of the last game between these two in 2023. The Washington Huskies went on to the national championship that year, but beat Boise State 56-19. Hopefully Boise State could turn it around.
Michael Penix threw for 450 yards that day.
And Rome Odunze was a problem, much like Denzel Boston in this game.
But, you know, you think about Boise State has helped him out.
Yep.
Couple of turnovers. Went for it on 4th down, didn't get it.
Yeah, both interceptions by Maddox Madsen, really, really poor decisions.
Wachowski will kick off. Another Bills heating and air conditioning kickoff. And this will be a touchback. And Boise State will get the football at their 25-yard line.
This is where I want to see Boise State have fight, play with pride, play with a sense of urgency, play with passion and energy, as opposed to just continually getting pummeled in the face.
See what the Broncos want to do here from the 25-yard line. Steele brothers on the right side of the line. Randolph and Cox on the left. Holmes at center. Sherrod in the backfield. Madsen in the pocket. Rolls left. Runs 20, 25. He'll get out close to the 30-yard line. I think stepped out at the 29, so it'll be a gain of 4. Clock will stop with 1:12 left in the half. Again, Washington up 24-3.
Yeah, Max Madsen trying to take what the Washington defense is going to give him, but can't bail on the play that early. Have to let things set up and stick to the game plan. Still in the first half.
Yardage total now, Washington 233, Boise State with 92. Madsen in an empty set. Now Sherrod comes back to join him in the backfield. Huskies with just 4 up front. Madsen gets the snap. Steps up in the pocket. Madsen will be tackled back at the 25-yard line, so Washington will get its first sack of the game, credited to Jacob Lane.
Yeah, just not the best of pass blocking there at Boise State, as they look like they're pretty outmatched so far the first half. Started the game great.
Washington.
Obviously, things have really broken down here as we got towards the end of the first half.
And Washington will use a timeout. They will have 2 left. And right now it's 3rd and 11 for the Broncos, and Boise State just 2 of 7 on Western Heating and Air 3rd downs.
Yeah, Maddox Madsen after that tackle got up limping a little bit as well. A little bit of hitching his giddy up. And really with those 2 interceptions, hopefully he can settle in, because you might want to think about Max Cutforth in the second half if Max Madsen is hurting and playing the way he currently is.
See what the Broncos come up with here, what kind of adjustments they can make at halftime. Game was 3-3 after 1 quarter. Broncos punted. Washington on a breakdown in the secondary got a 78-yard score. Broncos got stopped on 4th down. Huskies maneuvered it for a touchdown and then an interception.
Please set the play clock to 25 seconds. It will start on my signal. Thank you.
So the Broncos now with a 3rd down and 11, the ball at the 24-yard line. Actually make it 3rd and 10 as they spotted the ball on the 25, which is where this drive started. Madsen in the pocket, batted down again. That may have been Ui Ungalele. And Boise State will have to punt it away.
Yeah, Boise State's offense right now kind of matching the first part of his name, saying Ui. Not very good from Boise State. Has just got pressure in Maddox Madsen's face. Boise State's offensive line, again, not the best protection on that one as Maddox Madsen had that ball batted down at the line of scrimmage.
So Washington will have 2 timeouts. They still have 1:01 on the clock. Doyle rolling right, punts the ball. Roebuck calling for a fair catch. It'll be around the 32-yard line. And that's where Washington will take it. They'll set up shop at their own 33-yard line. Call it a punt of about 42 yards and no return.
And again, have 2 timeouts. No doubt Washington Huskies are going to be on the attack. And then again, they're going to get the ball to start off the second half too. Boise State's defense needs to get a stop here. Even better, a turnover.
Second quarter this season for Boise State defensively has been their worst. 21 points means they have given up 133 points in the second quarter. 75 in the fourth quarter is the second highest. Williams' quick pass to the right side. Ball caught, strung out pretty nicely. Bach will continue to run after Boise State made the tackle after about a 2-yard gain. Steeds was there to make the stop. Williams back to pass as they come up to the line in a hurry. He's going to get his Mountain America first down. Irby's going to push a receiver out. Contact continues. So far, no penalty. They're going to give the Huskies a first down inside the 50 to the Bronco 48-yard line.
And the clock stops. 30 seconds now left. And Washington still with 2 timeouts as the Huskies are past the 50-yard line.
Williams now 13 of 17 throwing the football over the 150-yard mark, so he gets to 3,000 for the season. Williams rolls left, throws on the run, and I think he wanted the incompletion that time. It was intended for Boston, his favorite target, but he left it so high, I think that he was more interested in not being sacked.
Yeah, but he had Boston definitely. If he would have tried to deliver an accurate ball, Boston had 2 or 3 steps once again. But Williams playing a little bit cautious on that last throw.
24-3, Huskies in front, down to 24 seconds to go in the second quarter. Williams now 12 out of 17 for 165 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, against the Boise State defense, only gives up 171 yards passing a game.
And 78 on the one play. Mohammed now in the backfield. Williams quick pass to the left side, finds Bright with the catch. He'll come forward to the Bronco 40. Mickey and Smith combined for the tackle.
Illegal formation. One of the 4 players in the backfield of the snap. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
And Boise State's obviously going to wipe out the gain for the Huskies and move them back 5 yards. Move them on the other side of the 50. It'll go back to the Husky 48-yard line. Down now to 19 seconds left in the half. When there are penalties, they don't reset the clock. Mohammed off the left shoulder of Williams. Williams in the pocket, and now we've got a flag, another one. That's a false start, so our false start's presented by Western Heating and Air. Washington going in the wrong direction. They will probably put the time back on the clock.
False start. Not all 11 players were set. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down. This foul includes a 10-second runoff. Reset the game clock to 2 seconds. The clock will start on my signal.
I believe Washington could put it back to 12 seconds if they want to use a timeout.
Correct.
I think at this point,
yep,
they're going to take a knee or.
Yeah, I think when you're up 24-3 at halftime, I think you're plenty happy with that.
Explosive second quarter for the Huskies. 3 touchdowns, broke a 3-3 tie. And that will be the final play of the quarter. They don't even snap the ball because the clock went back into action, and Washington will have a 24-3 lead at halftime. We'll take a break. When we come back, our halftime show presented by Ford is next. Big second quarter for the Huskies. They lead by 3 touchdowns on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Bronco Nation, Ideal, Idaho's education savings program, is a proud partner of Boise State Athletics and an ideal way to save for college. Did you know that it only takes $25 to start an Ideal 529 savings account and you get tax benefits? There is no better time than today to start saving for college expenses for you or your loved one. Information and a full disclosure statement, including risks, terms, and conditions, can be found online. Please read carefully before investing. idsaves.org. Go save for college and go Broncos.
St. Luke's and Boise State are partners in education and health. Through scholarships and internships for students, support for programs and faculty, and collaboration on health-related research. Together, we're preparing tomorrow's healthcare professionals and investing in the people and programs that build healthy, livable, caring communities. St. Luke's and Boise State, proud to be blue.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
On the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield, this is the Bronco Halftime Report.
We are back on the Ford Bronco Halftime Show. Ford is the official truck of the Broncos. All right, let's take a look at the First Federal Bank highlights. You can visit bankfirstfed.com to join Idaho's community bank of choice and enhance your financial well-being. First quarter would be a stalemate, 3-3, and Boise State would have an explosive play on the opening kickoff. Wachowski runs up, kicks the ball, and Sherrod is going to come up and play it on the 4. He'll come up to the 10, the 15, the 20, trying to get to the left side of the field, to the 30, to the 40, and he gets out to the 45-yard line. His longest kick return of the season, and the Broncos will have outstanding field position to start the drive. Broncos ended up having to try a long field goal on their first possession, but they did score first. Colton Boomer coming through. This would be a season-long, a 53-yard field goal by Colton Boomer. From 53 yards out, Boomer's kick is up, and Boomer's kick is good! Back-to-back weeks with 50-plus yard field goals. Colton Boomer, 53 yards for a season long, and the Broncos are on the board with 11:35 to go in the first quarter. They lead at 3-0. Huskies would have the ball for over 7 minutes on their first drive. It was a 15-play drive. Looked like they'd get a touchdown. But Marco Notriani came up with a big play on third down that forced him to settle for a field goal. Big play here for the Bronco defense. Williams in the shotgun. Williams gets the snap. He's in the pocket. Steps up, and he'll go down. It's a sack. Marco Notriani comes up with a huge sack on third down to deny Washington a touchdown. Gross would make a 33-yard field goal to tie the game at 3, and that's where the first quarter ended. Boise State would come up with a couple of nice plays. Caples on offense would have the longest pass catch of the game for Boise State. That would go to 16 yards, and here it is right now. Holmes over the ball at center. We've got an I formation. The deep back is Gaines. Madsen ready. Fakes it to Gaines. Madsen in the pocket. Throws it left side. Caples with a catch at a 40. He's got him out in America first down. They'll mark him at the 48. We'll call that a gain of 16. But then Madsen threw his first of 2 interceptions. Alexander coming up with it at the Bronco 34. But Boise State was able to force a punt. Another nice play on third down by Marco Notriani. 3rd and 10 for the Huskies from the Bronco 34th. Williams gets the snap. Throws the ball to the right side. It's caught. But Notriani there with his 6th tackle makes another stop on third down. The running back, Mohammed, will be tackled for a big loss of 6 back to the 40-yard line, and the Broncos get another third down stop. Force the Huskies to punt. And then second quarter was all Washington. A 78-yard scoring pass, Williams to Boston. First of 3 TD passes for Williams. Madsen, with about 5 minutes to go in the half, was stopped on 4th down at the Washington 43. Alexander on the tackle there. Another long drive of 7 plays. Williams to Roebuck for the touchdown, 6 yards out, and they got a 17-3 lead with 1:56 to go in the half. And then another interception by Maddox Madsen. Huskies took over the Bronco 35. 3 plays later, they're into the end zone on another touchdown pass. Williams to Vines Bright. So that's your scoring update presented by First Federal Bank. Washington 24, Boise State 3 at the half. Pete Cavender will be back with the halftime stats when we come back on the Ford Halftime Show on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Bronco Nation knows a little something about home field advantage, and these partners bring that same energy to your home. Give it up for your Boise State home team. Atkinson's Mirror and Glass, Blind Appeal, Cloverdale Plumbing Company, Dodd Roofing, Nampa Floors and Interiors, GrowPaint.com, Snake River Pool and Spa, Boucher Real Estate, and Mr. Mud Concrete. When you need help at home, make them a part of your home team. When it comes to custom apparel, you want the best quality at competitive prices, and that's what we're all about at the Idaho Shirt Company. We print for some of the biggest names in the game: Nike, Hoka, Puma, and best of all, Boise State. If you're ready to elevate your brand or team, come visit our new retail store and production facility in Boise, and follow us on Instagram at Idaho Shirts, or visit idahoshirts.com to get your quote today. The Idaho Shirt Company, America's source for custom apparel, a proud partner of Boise State Athletics.
Bronco fans, looking for a bank that bleeds blue and helps enhance your financial well-being? What about a bank that is based in Idaho and has served the Gem State for over 110 years and proudly supports Boise State? Look no further than First Federal Bank, offering best-in-class banking products and services like our rewards checking account, where you can earn an incredible 5.01 annual percentage yield. To learn more, visit bankfirstfed.com. First Federal Bank, Idaho's community bank of choice. Member FDIC.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Boise State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome to the Ford Bronco Football Halftime Show. Ford, the official truck of the Broncos, as Boise State trails Washington down here in Los Angeles at SoFi 24-3. Let's check the first half stats presented by Bud Light, reminding you to enjoy responsibly. Rushing yards, Boise State has 37 on the ground, Washington 87. What's the damage for the Huskies done through the air? 156 yards passing to 51 for Boise State. Boise State and Washington, after the first quarter, Boise State trailed Washington 56-59 in total yardage. Now this halftime, Washington has the edge, 243 to just 88. Some individual stats. We'll look at Washington first. Williams starting the game 12 for 17 passing. That's 71% for 156 yards and 3 touchdowns. His top target is Boston. He's got 5 catches for 118 yards in this one, with including that 78-yard touchdown he grabbed to kind of blow things open for the Huskies. Running, Washington's led by Coleman. He's got 9 carries for 54 yards. Washington also has 2 carries for 22, and Williams has 7 for 11. Washington is running 4.8 yards per carry average right now. For Boise State, Maddox Madsen, after starting the game 4 for 5, now sitting 7 for 16 for 51 yards, 2 interceptions, both interceptions, really bad decisions. Hopefully he's much better in the second half. His top targets is Matt Lauder. He's got 3 catches for 15 yards. Latrell Caples also has 2 grabs for 15, and Chris Marshall has 1 for 14. Running the ball, Dylan Riley is setting the pace for Boise State, but not getting enough done. 6 carries for 17 yards. He's only averaging 2.8 yards per carry average. Sire Gaines has 4 carries for 10, only 2.5 yards per carry for him. Defensively, Washington's being bled by a whole plethora of defenders. Lane, Manu, McLaughlin, Pepe, and Price Stock all have 3 tackles for the Husky defense. And Marco Notriani has 7 for Boise State's defense. Ty Benefield and Zion Washington also have 5. Today's halftime stats were brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Boise State Athletics, easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Hey, Bronco fans, Albertsons took charge this regular season with Sacks for Hunger. For every sack recorded by the Boise State defense, Albertsons donated $500 to the Idaho Food Bank, totaling $20,000. Thanks for cheering on the Broncos and Albertsons as they tackle hunger 1 sack at a time. We get back from the break. Bob Beeler will be rejoining me as Boise State trails the Washington Huskies 24-3 in the LA Bowl. This is Pete Cavender. You listen to the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
When should you file for Social Security? Unfortunately, 96% of Americans lose an average of $111,000 in Social Security income that's rightfully theirs. And it's because they filed for their benefits at the wrong time. There's an easy way to avoid this by getting a free Social Security analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $300,000 and have not filed for Social Security, schedule your free analysis now by calling 208-907-7820. This free, customized analysis could help you get every penny out of your Social Security benefits. Call 208-907-7820. 208-907-7820. Boss Retirement Solutions is proud to be an official sponsor of Boise State Athletics.
Boise State Athletics are not current clients of Boss, and we're compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit bossretirement.com/Boise State disclosure.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Have you thought about your health insurance for next year? If not, now's the time to do it. It's open enrollment, the time of year where you can enroll in, renew, or change your coverage. Your Health Idaho is the only place where you can choose from multiple health insurance plans and get a tax credit, which lowers the cost of your monthly premiums. More coverage, less cost. Visit yourhealthidaho.org to apply and enroll by December 15th.
We're back on the Ford Bronco Football Halftime Show. Ford is the official truck of the Broncos. Before we go any further with the score, Washington 24, Boise State 3 at the half. Let's pause. 10 seconds for station ID. This is Bronco Football. Been a tough first half for the Broncos. It was even Steven 3-3 with a pair of field goals in the first quarter. Second quarter, all Washington. And Pete, it is tough to get things going when you can muster just 2.5 yards a carry on the ground. 15 carries for 37 yards. Your quarterback then tries to do too much. Throws 2 interceptions, gives the Huskies some short fields. And then also there's a mistake on defense that allows a 78-yard pass.
Yeah, just really not a lot of highlights there from Boise State in the first half as Washington really poured it on and kicked Boise State's butt, to be candid, there in the second quarter. Maddox Madsen simply trying to do too much. Boise State's offensive line has to be better, even though they're missing Cage Casey, Dalen Matoyer, and Roger Carrion also got banged up in this one. Boise State, long story short, they have to be better.
24-3, the Huskies in front. We'll take a break, be back with the second half kickoff after this. This is the Ford Halftime Show on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network, Clearfield.
Attention Boise State fans, Mountain Land Supply is your go-to for all things HVAC, plumbing, waterworks, landscape irrigation, tools and safety, and a proud Boise State college football supporter. Ask your HVAC specialist about our top-of-the-line Comfort Maker products exclusively at our new Nampa HVAC store. Whether you're upgrading your home comfort with a furnace this winter or air conditioning for summer, we've got you covered. Ask your HVAC dealer about Mountain Land Supply, where comfort meets community. And go Broncos!
Bronco fans, looking for a bank that bleeds blue and helps enhance your financial well-being? What about a bank that is based in Idaho and has served the Gem State for over 110 years and proudly supports Boise State? Look no further than First Federal Bank, offering best-in-class banking products and services like our rewards checking account, where you can earn an incredible 5.01 annual percentage yield. To learn more, visit bankfirstfed.com. First Federal Bank, Idaho's community bank of choice. Member FDIC.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Night is done for Maddox Madsen. He's in a boot, does not have a helmet on the sideline. So Max Cutforth will get the opportunity to play quarterback in the second half, but he'll have a 24-3 deficit to try to come back from.
Yeah, Max Madsen got a little bit banged up, was limping pretty good after one of his sacks, but really wasn't playing all that well either. 7 for 16 for 51 yards. I know he is your guy. He's most likely your guy next season when Boise State opens up against Oregon. But 2 really bad decisions on those interceptions. You take those 2 picks away in that 78-yard bomb to Boston, probably a different ball game. But either way, we're going to see Max Cutforth here in the second half.
And again, when you look at Cutforth's numbers, and the Huskies will get the ball to start the third quarter, Cutforth's last game that he played in, 341 yards passing and 2 touchdowns, and was named the Mountain West Offensive Player of the Week. Last game of the season, 24-3. Any chance you'd open the third quarter with an onside kick?
I mean, you could really, because watching the first half, being candid, and all the listeners at home know I bleed blue, Boise State kind of looks outmatched in this one, really almost in any position. So I think anything you could do to have a trick play, catch Washington off guard, if it's an onside kick, don't open up the second half. Of course, if you want to climb out of this hole, you got to make things happen. You can't wait till the fourth quarter. So I would not be opposed to Boise State doing that and kicking onside to start the second half.
Boise State will open, as Pete said, next year against Oregon, another Big Ten team. And, I think of the streak, the negative streak that Boise State has against power teams, Boise State's tangled with the best of the best recently.
Yeah, no offense to my mom, but they haven't played the Purdue's of the world or Rutgers or those types of teams. They've been top echelon teams that are not in the national championship, definitely in playoff contention. And this Washington team just 2 years ago was in it all, and obviously just losing. And when you look at the record, 8-4, but 3 of their losses, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon. Any teams in the country would probably drop those 3 games. So Washington Huskies, very, very good.
All right, let's see what Boise State's going to do with the kickoff. Boomer is the kicker. He has been the kicker virtually all season on kickoffs. Washington has 2 guys deployed back. One of them is Preston McMillan. And the other is Adam Muhammad. And we'll start the third quarter. Broncos in a 21-point hole, trailing 24-3. A lot of players right around the ball for Boise State.
Definitely not your traditional kickoff formation.
No. Now they'll fan out to a more traditional kickoff formation. They thought about having Benefield hold the ball, but the last minute he decided not. Again, this place has a roof. And Boomer will run, kick off, and it will be kicked deep. And it'll be taken on the 9 by the return man. And he'll come to the 20, cut back to the middle of the field. He'll get to the 30. And making the stop for Boise State there is Josiah Alanis. Blitz retrieves the tee in his final game, finally.
Yeah, actually had a pretty cute halftime show there. Buster Bronco being the Grinch, and Blitz was his dog companion with the reindeer horns on. Pretty cute. One of the highlights of this game so far for me, unfortunately.
We haven't seen Blitz race Gronk. Supposedly that's coming. Washington will take over on the 30-yard line after the kick return. Williams had a real good first half. Coleman in the backfield. Starts with a run to Coleman to the right side, and gang tackling by the Broncos will result in no gain for the Husky running back. Jonah Coleman, transferred from Arizona, played 2 years for Jed Fish down there, and in his second season with the Huskies.
A lot of conversations about Jed Fish potentially going to Michigan. Seems like that's heated up more and more this week as it's gone along.
Broncos will sub in Derek Ganter at the nickel spot for Jaden Mickey after that last play. 2nd and 10 after no gain. Ball still at the 30-yard line. Williams comes under center, fakes it to Coleman, bootlegs to the left. Ball caught by Boston at the 30-yard line. He'll get 4 out to the 34 before he gets knocked down, and the Huskies will have a 3rd and 6 coming up on their opening possession of the third quarter.
Yeah, nice stop there by Boise State. Boston was open there, but an open field tackle by Jeremiah Irby before being finished by Marco Notriani. And now Boise State with a 3rd and 6 defensively needs to find a way to get off the field.
Huskies in the first half on third downs were better than 50% at 4 of 7. They're 51% on the season, again, 6th best in the country. Williams in the pocket, steps up, gets across the 35, across the 40 for the first down. Zion Washington ends up making the tackle at the 44. It'll be a gain of 10.
And again, just so tough to defend a mobile quarterback. You look at Williams, do a nice job kind of using a little bit of scramble drill inside that pocket before seeing the big lane on the left side of that offensive line. Tucks it and runs it for a first down.
Officially, they'll spot him down at the 43, so it's 1st and 10 there for the Huskies. They lead it 24-3. Fake to Coleman. Williams looking deep, throwing the ball long left side and overthrowing the intended receiver, Evans. On the coverage was Jeremiah Irby. And it'll be 2nd and 10 as Williams was trying to strike for his second long pass of the day.
Yeah, I think if you ask the Washington offense what they want the final score to be, they're going to say 100-3 as they're on the attack against Boise State's defense.
2nd and 10, and with the clock stopped on the incomplete pass, the Huskies will huddle. Boston will go to the left. Play with a couple of tight ends. Roebuck to the right. Williams under center. Broncos show a 4-man front. And it's a run to Coleman. A couple of arm tackles broken. Coleman gets inside the 40, cuts back to the middle of the field. He'll get down to about the 32-yard line. Ganter makes the tackle, but not before about 25 yards, picked up by Washington.
Yeah, very nice run there by Coleman of Washington. Again, just kind of setting up his blocks. Did a nice job pushing left and going back to the backside. Even more yardage against Boise State.
So the opening drive of the third quarter has taken the ball to the Bronco 32 or 33-yard line. Williams fakes it to Coleman. Back in the pocket. Throwing long left side. Rip on coverage. And the ball caught by the tight end for a touchdown. Washington now with 4 touchdown passes. Quentin Moore, the tight end, 32 yards on the score.
Yeah, but he's going to get a penalty on that one. I don't really blame him too much, though, as he did a big old Gronk spike here at the LA Bowl. Obviously an unsportsmanlike against Washington. Jake Rip, though, was in coverage against the big tight end. Unfortunately had a height disadvantage with the tight end standing at 6'5" and Rip at 6'2".
Unsportsmanlike conduct, number 88, Washington.
So the score gets bumped up to 30-3 Washington on the first drive of the third quarter.
And Washington all smiles right now on their sideline.
On for the extra point is Gross. Again, perfect on the season. He's actually perfect on his career. And we've got a false start, so he's going to have to make it from further back. He played in the game in 23, one of the few Huskies to play in that game.
5-yard penalty, repeat try.
He is now 150 out of 150 on extra points in his career.
Yeah, and a former walk-on as well who was awarded a scholarship from Coach DeBoer, now at Alabama.
Could this be the first miss? Washington scores late in the second quarter and then early in the third quarter. We'll see Max Cutforth when the Huskies kick off. And Gross now 151 out of 151 on extra points. 31-3. Washington in front. We'll take a timeout. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whether you bleed blue and orange on game day or every day, now you can show your Boise State pride wherever you shop. Pre-order the newest Bronco debit card exclusively from Mountain America. And for a limited time, score a $150 bonus when you pair your new card with a MyStyle checking account. Get details at macu.com/BSU or apply at your nearest Mountain America branch. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Looking for affordable storage? Look no further. Storage Self-Storage is family-owned and operated and the official self-storage partner of the Broncos. Whether it's storing personal treasures, holiday decorations, cleaning out your garage, storing your boat or RV, or even storing your entire household for the big move, we've got you covered at any of our 19 convenient locations serving the entire Treasure Valley, Donley, and McCall. Hop online at store.com because since 1972, we've been able to store it for you.
This regular season, Boise State football has partnered with Mountain America Credit Union, the official credit union of the Broncos, for first downs for Bronco Life. For every Bronco first down, Mountain America donates $50 to the Bronco Life program. They rounded up their gift for a total of $15,000. Let's keep the ball moving forward for Bronco Life. Rough game here in Los Angeles. The Huskies look like they are cruising to their 9th win of the season. They now have a 30-3 lead. Boise State with no Cage Casey at left tackle, no Dalen Matoyer at right tackle, and Maddox Madsen's night is done. Got a boot on, no helmet, so it'll be Max Cutforth to get things going for the Broncos under center in the third quarter after we have the Bills heating and air conditioning kickoff.
Yeah, and Roger Carrion also got banged up and hasn't played really much here, at least in the second quarter. We'll see if he's part of the third quarter. So if that's the case, if he's out, Boise State had 3 all-conference caliber offensive linemen, but right now just down to 1 playing in this game.
And that being Mason Randolph. Tackle game day with great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide with an ice cold fountain drink at one of our concession stands. Again, we're ready for the Bills heating and air conditioning kickoff. And because of the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, Washington will have to kick off from the 20. So Malik Sherrod will probably have an opportunity to return this one. He had a 41-yarder early in the game for a season long. And in the bowl game that's hosted by Gronk, Pete, Washington's tight end Moore kind of did his impersonation of him as they show that on the scoreboard.
I'm pretty sure if I was playing tight end, I would have done the same thing.
Easier to take a penalty when you're up big.
For sure.
Sherrod at the 9-yard line lets it bounce. He'll pick it up, but I guess they called for a fair catch. So the Broncos should get the ball at the 25-yard line.
Once he recovered it.
Yeah, Washington pretty happy at Boise State right now, feeling pretty good about themselves.
Broncos have struggled offensively in all of their losses. In each of the 4, scored 7 points, and that is it. One thing for sure tonight, they are not going to. So, because he ran it, they're making him take it at the 9, Pete? Oh, because it bounced. So when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, I should have caught it. Then it would have been at the 25.
Riley in the backfield. Cutforth is in there at quarterback. Hand off Riley up the middle. And they move the pile for about 3, maybe 4. Just running straight ahead.
Boise State right now trying to play with a little bit of pride, down 31-3. Obviously pretty challenging. 28-point deficits have been done before. The Super Bowl, Boise State's done it against Colorado State. Quite the uphill challenge facing Washington and their defense.
Cutforth in an empty set. Riley, Bates, Wagner go to the left. Caples and Marshall go to the right. 2nd and 7. Cutforth throwing over the middle and under through Caples. Late flag is dropped in the backfield, and Caples is slow to get up downfield.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 9, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So the Broncos will take the 15 yards. Jacob Manu, the linebacker, called for roughing the passer. Caples being helped off the field, but is running off under his own power now. And that was late for Manu. So the Broncos now, thanks to the penalty, get the ball out across the 25 to the 27. Riley off of Cutforth's right shoulder. Steele brothers. Check it. It looks like there is a different. No, it is the Steele brothers. And right now there's a party for Washington in the backfield. They will pick up a sack as Cutforth will be tackled around the 16.
Yeah, that was I was concerned with in this football game with Boise State not having their 2 tackles, just too much team speed on the edges. Because it pretty much seemed like once Max Cutforth took his 3-step drop, there was 3 Washington Huskies right in his face.
Ball goes back to the 19-yard line. Sack is a loss of 8. They'll credit Durfee with the sack. That is his 4th sack of the season, but there were 2 others there that probably could have shared it as well. 2nd down now for the Broncos. Cutforth throws a middle screen. Ball caught by Lauder. Lauder with a nice run after the catch. Out across the 30 to about the 33. He'll still be short of a first down, but does a nice job making the catch and getting yardage after the catch.
Yeah, it really was. Matt Lauder tried to show off some wheels on that one as they ran a wide receiver screen to the tight end in the middle of the defense. Matt Lauder did a nice job running through his blocks, getting through that hole, getting Boise State somewhat of a manageable 3rd and 5 here.
14 yards on the pickup. Broncos on 3rd downs in the first half, just 2 out of 8. Cutforth has Sherrod in the backfield with him. Cutforth throwing the ball in and out of the hands. Another drop for Chris Marshall. And the Broncos will have to punt.
And that probably would have been a first down for Boise State if Chris Marshall was able to bring that one down. I think Chris Marshall's problem is he always thinks about the yards after the catch, needs to secure it first.
And this season, the catches that he has made have gone for pretty good yardage, averaging 19 yards a catch.
Well, that's the thing. He's such an athletic freak, but again, you can't start the play unless you catch it.
Doyle on to punt. Punt coming from the Bronco 33. And Doyle's punt. Fair catch called for by Roebuck on about the 28-yard line. So 39 yards and no return that time for Doyle. Got timeout on the field. Huskies will get the ball back. They're leading Boise State 31-3. Take a break on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
For every night out, there's a silver ride home. And for every silver ride, you know who to call? The designated driver. Whether it's a ride share, the bus, or that super nice friend who's always got your back. Sober drivers get us home safe. So treat your DD to an NA drink, and let's raise a glass to the unsung heroes. Cheers to the DD.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized 3rd row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Bronco fans, looking for a bank that bleeds blue and helps enhance your financial well-being? What about a bank that is based in Idaho and has served the Gem State for over 110 years and proudly supports Boise State? Look no further than First Federal Bank, offering best-in-class banking products and services like our rewards checking account, where you can earn an incredible 5.01 annual percentage yield. To learn more, visit bankfirstfed.com. First Federal Bank, Idaho's community bank of choice. Member FDIC.
And congratulations to Blitz. The rematch takes place. Blitz goes out and back and beats Gronk in the race here at the LA Bowl.
Yeah, 2 years ago when Boise played UCLA, Gronk said he had some steak bites in his pocket. He was going to chuck them at Blitz, but Blitz, not used to going from end zone to the 40 and back at least 2 years ago, kind of ran towards the sideline, so it wasn't needed. Gronk said he might have had something up his sleeve, but that was just a clean win for Blitz, and hopefully not the only win for Boise State today.
Bud Light is a proud sponsor of Boise State Athletics. Easy to drink and easy to enjoy. Congratulations to Blitz on a wonderful career. Bourbon will be taking over. Wonder if Bourbon will have action in the spring game.
Well, Bourbon might have some action when I get home, too. I'm just going to say that.
Different kind.
Different kind, exactly.
Washington will have the football. 1st and 10 on their own 28-yard line. Again, 31-3, the Huskies lead. Williams has thrown for 204 yards, 4 touchdowns in this game. Huskies averaging about 5.5 yards a carry on the ground. Coleman, the leading rusher, 80 yards on 11 carries. And Denzel Boston, NFL, taking a good look at him. 6 catches for 125 yards, although a pretty easy 78-yard score. They've been targeting him 8 times tonight for 6 catches. One receiver, that's Boston, to the left. Everybody else to the right except for the running back, Muhammad. Williams gets the snap. Handoff Muhammad up the middle. And the Broncos will gang tackle him. Jaden Mickey, Bone Phelps, there to make the stop for the Broncos, but a gain of about 5 for the running back, Muhammad.
Yeah, Marco Notarianni with that fast start had, I believe, 7 tackles in the first half, has 8 right now. But you look at the next guys for Boise State, it's Ty Benefield, Zion Washington, Jeremiah Irby, Jaden Mickey. That tells me Washington's getting to the second and third level consistently against this Boise State defense.
2nd and 5 is the ball on the Husky 33, 31-3. Snap to Williams. Williams on a designed run will run the ball and pick up a first down close to the 40-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 39, so it'll be a gain of 6.
Might have been a little bit of a hold there on the outside on Muhammad of Washington, Marco Notarianni, but of course you got to break through those and can't rely on the official just to throw the flag every time.
Huskies get a fresh set of downs at the 39. It's Muhammad up the middle. Second play on this drive where Boise State has stopped that dive up the middle. Good job by the defensive line there for the Broncos to hold their ground. Gain of maybe a yard to the 40-yard line, 2nd and 9. 31-3, Washington. Approaching the midway point of the third quarter, 8.5 minutes to go. Williams fakes it to Muhammad, back to pass. Williams steps up into the pocket, still with the ball, rolling left side, and outside the tackle box is going to throw the ball for the sidelines to get his incompletion. And now it's 3rd and 9 for Washington, and the Huskies today 5 out of 8 on third downs compared to the Broncos 2 out of 9, and Bronco defense looking for that Western Heating and Air third down stop.
Yeah, Derek Ganter had pretty good pressure there on Williams on that second down play, but Williams, again, pretty quick on his feet, able to get outside of it, makes a smart decision throwing it away.
Some backups in the D-line with Virgin Morgan. Bone Phelps gives him 5 at the line. 3rd and 9. Williams in the pocket. Russ closes in, and he's going to be sacked. Bone Phelps will get the sack, but it was Virgin Morgan that kind of forced him to step up to get bear hugged by Bone Phelps, and Boise State will force a punt. Great job on the sack on third down.
No, absolutely right there, Bob, crediting Virgin Morgan on that sack. He might not have the numbers that he had last year, but certainly a big part of Boise State's defense just doing his job, keeping contained, and essentially making Williams hold his ground. Let Bone Phelps get there for a big sack for Boise State.
Dunn is on to punt for the Huskies. And Dunn's punt fielded by Sherrod on the 22. Sherrod gets out across the, maybe on the 27, out across the 30 to the 32-yard line, and that's where the Broncos will start 1st and 10. Anthony's Restaurant, family owned and operated, bringing the Boise community fresh Pacific Northwest seafood flown directly into town. It's located on the ground floor of the Simplot headquarters with free validated parking in the Simplot garage every time you dine. 45 yards on that punt. Officially an 11-yard return by Sherrod. Cut forth second series. And Matson shaken up, not returning in the second half. Cut forth pass, right side. Ball caught at the 45. Marshall has it, comes forward across the 50-yard line, and Boise State's going to get a Mountain America first down.
Yeah, nice job there by Chris Marshall, just making sure he secures that pass. Again, a little bit chippiness, a lot of talking between the two teams. That was a big catch and a confidence builder for Chris Marshall, and another first down for Boise State.
17-yard pickup to Marshall. Right at the 50-yard line. Broncos go to the run, and might be worth maybe a yard. Not much doing in the middle of the line for the Bronco offense.
Yeah, it looks like actually the left side of that offensive line was a little bit late off the snap of the football. That's where the run was coming to on the left side of the offensive line, so not much running room for Sire Gaines.
They'll give him 2 officially to the Husky 48-yard line. Down to 6:18 to go in the third quarter, 31-3 in favor of the Huskies. Cutforth gets the snap, forced out of the pocket. Cutforth will be tackled back at the Bronco 49. Alexander, one of the guys to get there, and it has been his night on defense. Another big sack for him.
Again, you see so many defenders in the box against Boise State. Bring a lot of exotic blitzes, twists, and stunts. Getting Boise State on different levels and an easy sack against Max Cutforth.
So the Broncos now staring at a 3rd and 11 as the ball back on their own side of the 50 at the 49-yard line. Cutforth has Sherrod in the backfield. Cutforth quick pass left side, caught by Penry, gets a block. It's down to around the 45-yard line. That's Alexander, the linebacker, again on the tackle. And Boise State will have a 4th down and 6, needing to get to the 39 of Washington. Looks like they will go for it from the Husky 45-yard line.
Yeah, but how about the transition of Alexander? Actually started his career at the University of Idaho, transferring to UCF, then obviously being a baller here in the LA Bowl for Washington.
Best game this season, 12 tackles against Illinois. Broncos need 6 on 4th down. They've tried once tonight, and we've got movement. Jake Steele seems to think it's against the Huskies. Wouldn't give him a 1st down, but it'd be 4th and 1.
Offside, number 41, defense, into the neutral zone, calls the offense to react. 5-yard penalty results in a 1st down.
Deshaun Lynch, defensive end, was the guy in the neutral zone.
You see Jason Steele, even though that wasn't really a huge win or anything like that, it was a penalty against Washington, still trying to celebrate it, still trying to point 1st down, trying to get his offense fired up.
Far away as we are, I thought it was 6 to go for a 1st down. I guess it was 5 because they've reset the chains for a 1st down. So nice job, Bronco offense. Cutforth gets the snap, rolls right, looking back to the left, now peels back to the left and throws the ball away. Penry was in the vicinity. He was outside the tackle box. 2nd and 10 for the Broncos from the Husky 40, trailing 31-3.
And I'm impressed with Max Cutforth when he's played quarterback for Boise State, just getting out of some funk, getting away for some pressure. Nice job by him spinning away from it and then making a smart decision as opposed to an ill-thrown pass.
You know, Boise State always says it's a developmental program where players get better. They come in, they stay for 4 or 5 years. Just in the 4 or 5 games that Cutforth has played, he has improved a lot.
After that Fresno game, if you told me he'd win Mountain West Offensive Player of the Week, I would have called you a liar.
Pass out in the flat left side, caught by Sherrod. He'll get inside the 40-yard line to about the 37, so gain of about 3.
Again, just a tough uphill battle for Boise State, but just try to take what the defense gives you. Try to keep the few 1st downs going, move those sticks. Doesn't have to be fancy, just has to be 3 or 4 yards a pop.
We'll call it 3rd down and 7 from the 37. Probably in 4-down territory if they went for it last time. Broncos need to get to about the 30-yard line for a 1st down. Cutforth goes to the run. And maybe picking up a yard was Boise State. Not much doing in the middle of the line as Sherrod took the handoff and was gobbled up at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, Boise State right now sitting at 92 yards rushing. This Washington defense gives up 104 a game. So Boise State, I guess, doing a little better than Washington's average, but still Husky defense making it very tough.
I think you may have looked at passing yard.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we're all off today.
Yes, we are. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Empty set for Cutforth. He'll get the snap. Throw the ball left side, caught by Marshall. Marshall get out of bounds around the 22-yard line, so it'll be a gain of 13 and another Mountain America 1st down for the Broncos.
Yeah, as I said earlier, confidence builder there for Chris Marshall as he gets a big catch and a 1st down for Boise State as they now got a nice little drive coming along. And to correct myself earlier, Boise State just 32 yards rushing so far on this one.
Henry will go to the right. 2 tight ends also on the right side. Wagner on the line and Lauder a wingback. Cutforth under center. Throws a pass to the left side. Penry dropped it. They had some linemen out in front of him on the screen. One of the Steels and Cox were in front of him, but nothing doing.
Yeah, that play was actually set up pretty nice. A little wide receiver screen to the outside to Chase Penry. Only about 1 defender there, but just not the best of throws for Chase Penry to grab that one and try to get some momentum going.
Broncos approaching the Coastline Equipment red zone. They have the ball 2nd and 10 from the Husky 22, down 31-3. They led 3-0. Handoff up the middle. And again, a yard or two for Sire Gaines. Manu, one of the linebackers, along with Durfee, a defensive end, combined to corral Gaines.
Yeah, we talked about the running game having to be there for Boise State. Right now, as I said earlier, 33 yards now, only averaging 1.6 a carry. Obviously a tough third down here for Max Cutforth.
So it's coming from the 21-yard line. They need to get between the 11 and 12, so we'll call it 9.5 yards to go. Gaines in the backfield with Cutforth. Cutforth roll in the pocket to the right, throws it to Penry, made the catch the 22, and he'll get bopped out of bounds at around the 17. Call it a gain of 4. And it looks like Boise State down 31-3 is going to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, this is a smart decision. Obviously, if you don't get it, Washington is 82 yards or 83 yards away from their own end zone, and Boise State trailing 31-3. It's automatic. You got to score some points.
From the 17-yard line, Broncos need to get to the 11 for a first down, so it's 4th down and 6. Cutforth sends Penry in motion to the right. Gaines comes in the backfield with him. Back in motion to the left is Penry. Cutforth back to pass. Cutforth over the middle, and intending it for Marshall, but threw it by him. It's incomplete, and the Huskies have stopped the Broncos and will take over on downs at their own 17. We've got time out on the field. It's Washington 31, Boise State 3. 59 seconds left in the third quarter. Take a break on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
In America, the future belongs to everyone, so we built the vehicles of the future for everyone. Have your power of choice with Ford's lineup of gas, electric, or hybrid vehicles. Outperform the competition with America's best-selling trucks for 47 years, Ford F-Series. Take the road less traveled in a Ford SUV, perfect for the mountains, city, and everywhere in between. Or check out Ford's lineup of electric or hybrid vehicles, like the Ford Maverick, Mustang Mach-E, or F-150 Lightning. Inventory has arrived. Head to your local Ford stores today, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
As an agriculture company rooted in our connection to food, farming, and the land, we are always looking for new ways to carry forward the Simplot legacy of bringing Earth's resources to life. The world of agriculture is much different from nearly a century ago when our founder, J.R. Simplot, started the company. But one constant remains: the land we cultivate. Whether we're mining and manufacturing plant nutrients, feeding cattle, or growing and producing food, we are stewards of the land, securing a bountiful future for generations to come.
St. Luke's and Boise State are partners in education and health. Through scholarships and internships for students, support for programs and faculty, and collaboration on health-related research. Together, we're preparing tomorrow's healthcare professionals and investing in the people and programs that build healthy, livable, caring communities. St. Luke's and Boise State, proud to be blue.
There's never been a better time to get a great deal on a Ford truck or SUV than at your Idaho Ford stores. Ford is the official truck of the Broncos. Tough night for Boise State, trailing Washington 31-3. Nice kick return to start the game by Malik Sherrod. Led to a 53-yard field goal for Colton Boomer. And then 31 unanswered points for the Huskies, and that's where we are, 31-3.
Yeah, we had ourselves a ball game after the first quarter is tied 3-all with Boise State 56 yards of offense and Washington 59 in a defensive struggle. Right now the total yardage is 327 for the Huskies, 142 for Boise State. So Broncos have 109 yards to the air and just 33 yards rushing, only 1.6 yards per carry average. That's how it goes from 3-3 to 31-3 in a hurry.
Washington backed up a little bit. They'll start this possession with 59 seconds to go in the third quarter on their own 17-yard line. Williams has been impressive. Not a big guy. They list him at 5'11", 190. I don't know if he's 5'11", but he's very elusive, very quick. He is just a sophomore, so one would expect he would be back for the Huskies, especially if the coaching staff stays.
Well, I think the question for him, though, is how much NIL is he getting at Washington, and how much NIL could he maybe get somewhere else, like at LSU, where they have essentially an open checkbook with Lane Kiffin, head coach.
Or if Fish would go to
Michigan. Exactly.
Would he want to bring him to Michigan?
Because it's interesting, Michigan's quarterback Underwood actually deleted all Michigan stuff off of his social media, so not sure what's going to happen with this wild transfer portal this year.
That job is still open. I guess Utah, Whittingham stepped down and the assistant moved up. The coach that was coaching waiting.
And keyword there, step down, not retire. So maybe we see Whittingham, maybe the NFL or somewhere else.
Williams still the quarterback for the Huskies. Over 200 yards passing now with 4 touchdowns. Jordan Washington in the game at running back. Coleman with 80 yards. Williams, the quarterback, been sacked a couple times, has 19 rushing. Washington is in there now, has 2 carries for 18 yards. From the 17, it's 1st and 10. Sweep to the right side. Jordan Washington will be forced out of bounds around the 18, maybe a gain of 1. Boise State did a nice job stringing it out. Smith, Mickey were there to force him out. And it'll be no gain on the play. They'll say the ball is still at 17.
Yeah, great hustle there by Boise State's defense, not letting the ball carrier get that edge.
If this play ends with the clock running, this will be the final play of the third quarter. 31-3 Washington, down to 30 seconds in the period. Boston and Roebuck go to the left side. To the right, it's Vines Bright. Williams blitzed. Steps up in the pocket, and he'll go down back at the 14. And he kind of got knocked down as he was trying to dodge his way. Virgin Morgan might get credit for that sack, as I think he was the closest player, maybe Braxton Feely.
Yeah, Williams, as he was trying to work through all that mess, I think actually just got tripped up maybe on one of his own players. Because as you predicted, that was the last play of the third quarter.
And the Huskies with a 21-0 score in the second quarter. Outscore the Broncos 7-0 in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout. Be back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. 31-3 Huskies. 15 minutes left in the season on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
When the game turns, turn to Mountain View Equipment Company and Kloss, your trusted team for top-tier farm equipment across Idaho, Oregon, and Eastern Washington. From Kloss forage harvesters and combines to tractors built for every acre, we've got you covered from planting to harvest. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mountain View Equipment proudly serves you from Meridian, Jerome, Homedale, and Sunnyside. Mountain View Equipment Company and Kloss, always ready because uptime matters. Visit mtvieweq.com. Go Broncos!
At Select Health, we believe health insurance should be simple. And when we say simple, we mean simple. So we'll get right to the point. We'll never stop working to provide you with clear, easy-to-understand coverage and benefits that give you faster, better access to care. Because helping you get the care you need is the entire reason we exist. It's really that simple. Select Health. Insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
St. Luke's and Boise State are proud to be blue. Together, we're partners in education, research, and community health. You can learn more at stluke'sonline.org. Tough one for Boise State tonight. Maddox Madsen played in the first half, got hurt, not playing in the third quarter. And the Broncos trail 31-3. Madsen with a couple of picks. Threw for only 51 yards tonight. Cut forth in the third quarter. 6 of 10 for 58 yards. And Washington over 300 yards now in total offense. 324 to the Broncos, 142.
And I don't want to just necessarily blow smoke, but you take away those 2 interceptions and that 78-yard touchdown bomb to Boston, probably a different football game right here, but it is what it is. And Boise State now playing with pride here in the fourth quarter, hoping to get their first touchdown.
So after that last sack, they officially credited to Jaden Virgin Morgan. Ball back on the Husky 14, where they'll have a 3rd and 13 when we start the fourth quarter. First bowl game of the season. Pete, as we look to the end of the college football season, we've got our 12 teams in the playoff. 2 G5 teams made it this year, Tulane and JMU, thanks to a
silly rules by ACC is what I'll say, yeah.
Guess on who's going to be left standing at the end?
You know, I kind of like a rematch, Indiana versus Ohio State. No offense to KJ, I know he's a big Duck fan and hoping that the Ducks can make it, but to me, those two teams are mighty. The only team that can maybe say something, I think, to change that would be Georgia, but they'd have to beat Ohio State to meet Indiana in the championship game. I'm just really impressed with Indiana, especially the physicality of their defense. The Mendoza, your Heisman winner, he's about as good as a quarterback, obviously, in the country, winning that Heisman Trophy.
Muhammad in the backfield with Williams as it is back to pass. Williams chased by Virgin Morgan. Virgin Morgan forcing him into the hands of Benefield, and he'll throw the pass and get lucky to get an incompletion. But Virgin Morgan today has been fairly active at that defensive end spot, has had a sack himself, as well as having a play where he rushed the quarterback Williams into Phelps for a sack.
Yeah, one of the better games for Jaden Virgin Morgan this season there is he was close to a sack, and Williams very close to giving it to him too. He's almost stepping out of bounds. But nonetheless, Washington Huskies have to punt it away.
Sherrod standing at the Bronco 45. Done with the punt. Short kick. Fair catch up around the 50. Officially at the 48 of Boise State. So it'll be just a 39-yard punt, no return. And Boise State will get one of their better starting positions of the day, just short of midfield at the, officially the Bronco 47-yard line. 31-3. Washington in front. Cut forth under center. Riley the running back. Riley 22 yards rushing. That's high for the Broncos tonight. They fake it to Riley. Cut forth looking downfield. Threw it past Marshall. Marshall kind of went in. Ball was on the right side of the field, inside the numbers, between the numbers and the sidelines, and the pass went to the right.
I mean, you look at Boise State, the lack of explosiveness today. Their biggest play is a 17-yard catch by Marshall, a 15 by Caples, 14 by Lauder. Longest run, 6 yards by Quentin Brown on a sweep. Outside of that, a 4-yarder by Dylan Riley. Boise State completely bottled up in this game.
Cut forth in the shotgun as the Broncos have a 2nd and 10 from their own 47. Sherrod out of the backfield in motion to the left. Huskies almost jumped off sides, but they did not. Play clock dwindling down. I think the Broncos are going to get hit with a delay of game call after all that. So it's going to be 2nd and 15.
Number 14 offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Penalties now just the 3rd for 15 for Boise State. Now Cutforth has to stare at 2nd and 15 from the Bronco 42. Need to get into Husky territory around the 43 of Washington for a 1st down. Bates in motion to the left. Cutforth gets the snap, blitz to the middle, throws it downfield. It's caught by Marshall at the 40. Makes a nice move, gets down around the 30-yard line. Touchdown saving tackle by Rashawn Clark, the nickel for Washington.
Yeah, great catch there by Chris Marshall, who settled in a little bit after that drop he had earlier in this football game, then uses his athleticism to get some yards after the catch.
And the whistle blows. Broncos will get a false start, trying to hurry. Trying to catch Washington, not ready.
False start, number 63, offense. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
So 28 yards officially from Cutforth to Marshall. And that's the 2nd big hookup between them. The previous long in the game was a 17-yarder to Marshall. Ball back to the Husky 35 after the penalty. Back to pass is Cutforth. Steps up in the pocket. Flares a pass out to Sherrod, made the catch. Alexander and McLaughlin will knock him out of bounds around the 33-yard line, so a gain of a couple. And the Broncos will have a second down and 13 to go. Aples and Bates to the left, Lauder to the right. Cutforth chased out of the pocket to the left side. Cutforth throws the ball. It's caught by Gaines. Gaines came back for the ball around the 30-yard line. All that effort is going to be about a 2-yard gain. And the Broncos will have a third down and about 8 to go for a first down.
Yeah, but nice job by Sire Gaines staying alive on scramble drill as Boise State goes no huddle.
Third down and 8 officially as they say. Gaines got to the 28-yard line. Cutforth gets the snap. Good protection down the middle. Ball caught. Latrell Caples at the 5-yard line. What a nice catch by Latrell Caples. And the Broncos move the sticks on a Mountain America first down.
Yeah, it was an old school catch coming across the middle, knowing you're going to take a big hit, but still secure that football. Big grab, Latrell Caples.
Broncos inside the 10. Cutforth scrambling to the left. Throwing it into traffic, and it's intercepted. Intercepted by the Huskies. There was just too many bodies there.
Every interception by Boise State today has just been a poor decision. Turnovers inside the red zone are disastrous. Max Cutforth wasn't in a need to have it. He could have killed that play and fight it another day, but instead just lobbed it up a 500 ball with about 3 defenders there, and Washington comes down with it.
Leroy Bryant with the interception. We've got time out of the field. 31-3. Huskies in front. We'll take a break with 12:38 to go in the fourth quarter on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Broncos fans, you can leave the game with more than just a win. At every Boise State Broncos home game, one lucky fan will be crowned the Bills Heating and AC Fan of the Game. The prize, a brand new heating and cooling system installed for free. So bring the energy, bring the pride, and you could bring home the ultimate home comfort upgrade. Only from Bills Heating and AC, proud supporters of the Boise State Broncos.
Get your head in the game and out of the checkout line with Albertsons Drive Up and Go. Place an order online and our team will select the freshest ingredients, crunchiest snacks, and coolest refreshments so you have everything you need for game day. When you pull up for the play, we'll send out our team for the handoff so you can make a break for the end zone. Albertsons is the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics. Just download our new Albertsons for You deals and delivery app, place your order, and drive up and go Broncos.
You can help advance medicine and get paid for your time. Velocity Clinical Research is seeking people of all ages for paid research studies near you. No health insurance is needed to join. Your participation could lead to life-changing discoveries in medicine. Don't wait. Help move science forward. Learn more at velocityclinicaltrials.com. That's velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Football games have many twists and turns, and so does life. Your Health Idaho is here to help Bronco Nation find the coverage you need when you have a life-changing event. If you're in need of quality health insurance, visit yourhealthidaho.org to learn more. And when the Broncos need to move, they count on Airvan. Airvan is the official mover of the Broncos. 3 turnovers for Boise State. All the interceptions, Pete, were throws that shouldn't have been made, or certainly not, they should have been thrown away.
Agreed. Yeah, just really bad decisions by both Max Madsen in this one and Max Cutforth as well, especially turnovers in the red zone. Those are bad. That takes points off the board when Boise State's struggled just to find 3 in their opening possession.
Broncos had a 6-play drive going and had gotten inside the Coastline Equipment red zone. Ball was intercepted in the end zone, so Washington will take over at the 20-yard line. Virgin Morgan will get a break up front. Roman Kaywood in there at one defensive end. Max Steege at the other. Latu and Feely at the tackles. Notriani and Rip will be the linebackers. Smith, Mickey, Benefield, Washington, and Irby are in the secondary. So Boise State hasn't subbed a whole lot. Jonah Coleman, deep back. Williams under center. Williams looking to throw. And Williams will be tackled right around the line of scrimmage at the 20-yard line. Latu and Feely were there to kind of clog things up and do a nice job of making the stop.
And Boise State's really did a nice job after that big bleed in the second quarter. Washington's only scored 7 points here in the second half.
Clock down to 12:10 to go in the game. 31-3 Washington. Feely was in on the last play, and there's a court case that's going down that could give him another year. Williams on a pass right side. Flared out to the running back. That's Coleman. Coleman fumbled, and I think Jake Ripp recovered it. And the Broncos have their first turnover of the game. It may have been either Notriani or Kaywood that knocked it out, but it was Ripp that recovered it.
Yeah, great job there by Boise State in the hustle. We heard Washington with the crowd mic give a little woo with the nice move that Washington had, kind of shaking a Boise State defender that looks like it was one of Boise State's defensive players, Roman Kaywood, that came from the backside, jarring that football loose, letting Jake Ripp hop on it.
So the Broncos will take over on the Washington 30-yard line with a chance to get a touchdown here, and it comes with 11:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. Kaywood has played a little bit more as the season's gone along. Made a nice play at Utah State.
It looks like he's going to be good.
Fake it to Gaines. Cutforth throws the ball, and it's intercepted. Coming up with the pick is Lynch. Lynch, a defensive end, trying to make his way down the field, and he falls down at the 10. Fourth interception thrown by the Broncos.
Yeah, again, just on all those interceptions, just bad decisions. Max Cutforth, no doubt, didn't see the big old defensive end on that one. Lynch, an easy interception from him. If you look at Max Cutforth trying to throw, I believe, to Cam Bates, and the defensive end was just standing right there and rumbled and tumbled and then stumbled on himself at about the 15-yard line. Didn't even get tackled. He could have got a big fat man touchdown.
Yeah, no one gets credit for the tackle. He just kind of, I think he was, A, running out of air.
Yeah, I would say he's getting a little gassed.
B, I think that he was trying to dodge players and kind of got off balance. Got to the 10-yard line, though, for Washington. And the return, he carried it 57 yards on the return.
And again, you just have to see where all those 11 defenders are at if you're a quarterback. You can't get lost and not account for those defensive ends or linebackers, because that's been a couple picks today is from those positions.
Broncos came in this season with a +6. It's down to +3 as they've gotten one fumble. They had the ball for one play after the fumble, and the pass out in the flat is dropped by Omari Evans on the pass from Williams. And again, we've seen that happen a few times tonight for Boise State. The receiver tried to run with the ball before he actually completed the catch.
I think Washington right now being up 31-3 with 11 minutes and 30 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Almost looking for more highlight plays as opposed to just being efficient.
They'll have a second down and goal from the Bronco 10. Power formation. Mohammed in front of Coleman. Williams, it's a lateral pass. Boston, throw it back. No, he keeps the ball. Now gets it to Williams. And Williams will be knocked out of bounds at around the 6-yard line. So some razzle-dazzle. Lateral play and throwback to the quarterback ends up being positive, but not a score.
And on defense, every time you see a lateral pass, your ears have to go up for a double pass. Jeremiah Irby did a nice job staying at home and not pursuing, so he could be in position to tackle Williams on the throwback.
Third and goal from the 6. The Huskies 5 out of 10 on third downs today. 3 receivers come left. Only a tight end on the right side of the line. That's Moore. And it looks like Washington doesn't like what it looks at and calls for a timeout.
Their first of the half.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID with the score Washington 31, Boise State 3. Back in 10 seconds. This is Bronco. With a score of 31-3 in the fourth quarter, 10:50 to go. Let's take time out on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Have you saved more than $300,000 for retirement? You may have a rare opportunity to save a small fortune in taxes when you retire that many other people don't have. Discover exactly how much money in taxes you could save with a free, customized retirement tax savings analysis from Boss Retirement Solutions. If you've saved more than $300,000, schedule your free retirement tax savings analysis now by calling 208-907-7820. Many advisors charge thousands of dollars for a customized tax analysis, but this analysis is free, even if you're not a client. So call Boss Retirement Solutions today, 208-907-7820. That number again, 208-907-7820. Boss Retirement Solutions is proud to be an official sponsor of Boise State Athletics.
Boise State Athletics are not current clients of Boss and were compensated for this endorsement. For more information, visit bossretirement.com/Boise State Disclosure.
Have you thought about your health insurance for next year? If not, now's the time to do it. It's open enrollment, the time of year where you can enroll in, renew, or change your coverage. Your Health Idaho is the only place where you can choose from multiple health insurance plans and get a tax credit, which lowers the cost of your monthly premiums. More coverage, less cost. Visit yourhealthidaho.org to apply and enroll by December 15th.
When Latrell scores, Jackson's pours. Anytime Latrell Campbell scores a touchdown, Jackson's will give Let's Go reward members a 49-cent any-size fountain drink at Jackson's or Extra Mile by Jackson's on Monday following the game. Jackson says let's go. Download the Let's Go Rewards app or visit jacksons.com/Broncos for more details. 31-3 Washington. The Huskies will have a third and goal at the Broncos 6. 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Explosion in the second quarter. The Huskies had 3 touchdowns and stretched a 3-3 game after one quarter into a 24-3 lead at halftime. And Washington with only 1 touchdown in the second half, but looking for a second one right here. Boise State had hoped to do something it hadn't done since 2017, and that was couple a conference championship with a bowl win. 3rd and 6 from the 6. Coleman in the backfield with Williams. Williams gets the snap, hands it to Coleman. Coleman beats the Broncos to the corner and runs it in. First rushing touchdown of the game for Washington. It's a 6-yard run for Coleman.
Yeah, pretty easy pickings there for Washington on that run to Coleman to the edge. Really had Boise State out leveraged. He almost just walks into the end zone.
And it's now 37-3 after the interception. 3-play drive for the score. Officially, they said it was a 9-yard drive. Gross again has not missed an extra point in his career. And Gross's kick is up, and Gross's kick is good. So now with 10 minutes and 46 seconds left, it is now Washington with 38 and Boise State with 3.
Looking over him and monitor the right-hand shoulder. Jonah Coleman started with Jed Fish in Arizona. Obviously transferred to Washington. according to Mel Kiper Jr., the third-rated running back for this upcoming NFL draft.
You look at the last 3 games that Boise State and Washington have played since the Broncos won the game in Boise with Coach Pete wearing purple that day. The Broncos won 16-13, 38-7 in the 2019 Vegas Bowl. Opening game in 23, 56-19, and it's 38-3 here tonight. Returning will be Sherrod. And the kickoff by Wachowski. Sherrod will take it. Get across the 20, and at the 21, he'll be knocked down. Making the play for the Husky special teams is Devin Hyde.
A big drive here for Boise State again, trying to play with some little pride, a little bit of urgency. I'm sure would love to find their first touchdown of the game.
Drive will start at the 21. In each of Boise State's 4 losses, the Broncos have been held to just 7 points. Tonight they have 3, so Broncos trying to avoid a 5th loss with a single-digit number on their side. Trot in the backfield with Cutforth. Cutforth's pass off the hands of Lauder. Sailed a little high and a little to the left. Incomplete, 2nd and 10 from the 21. LA Bowl, at least for the moment, Pete's going to go away. This is going to be it. Pac-12, the new Pac-12 is going to have some work to do to get some bowl assignments.
Yeah, I've heard the replacement's going to be somewhere in Colorado. Not sure if the Denver Broncos' new stadium, maybe in Boulder, maybe in Colorado Springs with Colorado State's new stadium. But yes, Pac-12 has some work to do in their bowls.
Sherrod up the middle. Cuts through a couple of holes, gets out across the 25 to about the 27, so that'll be a gain of about 6. Nice run by Sherrod there. And Sherrod getting tangled up, yapping a little bit with Alexander, a linebacker for Washington, as the 2 get up from the pile.
Manageable 3rd down here and a long 3 or 4 here for Max Cutforth, who's 10 for 16 so far for 115 yards and 2 interceptions.
Cutforth in the shotgun. Riley off his left shoulder. Caples left, Penry right. Bates going left. And there's another flag down, and the Broncos with another false start.
False start, number 72, offense. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
I think that's the 2nd one on center Jake Holmes.
Zach Holmes, yeah, he's had a couple this season. I believe 5 or 6 of those from his center position. Again, that's the man snapping the football, so can't be doing that.
3rd down now and 9 as the ball moves back to the 22. Less manageable here. The Broncos 3 out of 13 on 3rd down. Cutforth with time. Cutforth delivers a pass over the middle. He's got his Mountain America 1st down. Nice catch up around the 40-yard line by Latrell Caples.
Yeah, great job here on that little route to make sure he came back to that football to make things a little bit easier for Max Cutforth.
Broncos go without a huddle. Cutforth back to pass. Cutforth hit as he throws, and it's jumped up, and another interception. Bryant with his 2nd interception of the game, and the Broncos have thrown 5 of them.
You can't win a whole lot of ball games regardless of who you're playing when you have 5 turnovers in a game. It's kind of another anyone can have it throw for Boise State's quarterback. Max Cutforth's got 3 picks. Maddox Matz in the first half had 2.
2nd interception of the game for Bryant. Let's take time out. Clock stops, 9:10 left. 38-3 Washington. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Bronco Nation knows a little something about home field advantage, and these partners bring that same energy to your home. Give it up for your Boise State home team. Atkinson's Mirror and Glass, Blind Appeal, Cloverdale Plumbing Company, Dodd Roofing, Nampa Floors and Interiors, RowPaint.com, Snake River Pool and Spa, Boucher Real Estate, and Mr. Mud Concrete. When you need help at home, make them a part of your home team.
Looking for affordable storage? Look no further. Storage Self-Storage is family-owned and operated and the official self-storage partner of the Broncos. Whether it's storing personal treasures, holiday decorations, cleaning out your garage, storing your boat or RV, or even storing your entire household for the big move, we've got you covered at any of our 19 convenient locations serving the entire Treasure Valley, Donley, and McCall. Hop online at storit.com because since 1972, we've been able to store it for you.
For every night out, there's a silver ride home. And for every silver ride, you know who to call? The designated driver. Whether it's a ride share, the bus, or that super nice friend who's always got your back. Sober drivers get us home safe. So treat your DD to an NA drink, and let's raise a glass to the unsung heroes. Cheers to the DD.
Good matchup coming up in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. It's going to take place Monday, December 22nd at noon at Albertson Stadium. Go to famousIdahoPotatoBowl.com. Two teams that'll be in the Pac-12 next year, Pete. Washington State and Utah State. And, of course, they're going to be playing it at a stadium that's going to be in the Pac-12 as well at Albertson Stadium.
Yeah, and kudos to Danielle Brazil for getting that matchup going there. Even though the MAC kind of fell up short, she was in scramble mode trying to find a partner. Great job getting really two regional teams there. Probably the biggest Potato Bowl since Idaho faced off against Colorado State a while back.
So Washington will take over at their own 40-yard line after their fifth interception of the game. Boise State had such a nice run at the end of the season. Solid big win against Colorado State on senior night at home, going to Utah State, and I thought that was one of the most gutty wins I've seen, Pete, in a long time. Utah State had multiple opportunities to put the Broncos away and never did, and Boise State stormed back to win. And then Boise State, I think two of their best games all season have been against UNLV, both in the regular season and in the tournament. New quarterback in the game for Washington, and he's going for a bomb, floats it, and it's broken up. Denting it for Boston. Benefield had coverage. Sherrod Smith was the guy, I think, that deflected away, and I'll give Boston some credit there, helping pick Smith up.
Yeah, and NFL scouts are going to love seeing that type of stuff as well. Ty Benefield, an opportunity actually in that throw to intercept it, but kind of took a bad angle, an ill-timed jump. He probably could have got it.
Quarterback for Washington in the game now is Kai Horton. Only game he's been in all season was the UC Davis game when he was 6 for 10. Pass thrown to the left side, caught by Omari Evans. Gets out around the 50-yard line. No Triani on the tackle for Boise State with some help from Sherrod Smith. But another first down for Washington. If we look at Boise State's defensive numbers, No Triani, I thought, had a great game against UNLV in the championship game, leading the team with 9 tackles today, a couple of them for loss, one of them a sack.
I believe 7 of those tackles were in the first quarter, though.
Horton rushed, second sack of the game for Sterling Lane. Sacked around the 33, loss of 7.
Yeah, great job by Sterling Lane coming off the edge, getting a sack. Looked like the quarterback there for Washington was trying to roll out of it, but Sterling Lane, too good of an angle. Got a sack for a loss of about 10, 15 yards.
Boise State came into the game with just 23 sacks this year. I say just 23 sacks. That's basically 2 per game, but last year they had 55 sacks on the season. One of the national leaders in that category.
Yeah, that was a program record, too, 55 sacks last season.
Running with the ball, one of the Washington running backs, Montgomery. He's not going to get the first down. Going to get a decent gain, pushed out of bounds by, I believe it was Bone Phelps. Bone Phelps may have been the breakout player on the defensive side of the ball. They changed his position, moved him closer to the line from a safety spot to a linebacker, and I've really been impressed with what I've seen.
Yeah, he's about safety size, 6'1", 215 pounds, but really one of the more physical presence for Boise State's linebacker core, using his speed to his advantage. Did a great job just kind of hustling to shove the Washington running back out of bounds.
38-3 Washington, 7 minutes to go. Washington with a 3rd and 14. Horton awaits the snap, quick pass, caught by the Husky receiver, nowhere near the first down. Catch made by Omari Evans. A flag is down around the line of scrimmage.
Offside, number 94, defense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 3rd down.
And that's big. They would have had a 4th down, and Washington would have had a punt, but Keanu Mailoto was offsides for Boise State.
Yeah, and you got to take advantage. You get a big sack, a big negative play on defense, getting the team behind the sticks by a mile. Can't bail them out with those penalties.
Washington has had more penalties than Boise State tonight. They've had 8. The Broncos have had 6. But this is a do-over. It's now a 3rd and 9 from the Husky 49-yard line. Actually, from the Bronco 49. Horton gets the snap in the pocket, delivers it over the middle. It's tipped up in the air. It was intended for Chris Lawson. Lawson couldn't bring it in, and when the ball got tipped up, Pete, I thought, oh, maybe we got a chance for a pick.
Yeah, and good pressure there, too, against Horton by Boise State's defensive line, getting a little bit of contact and a hit on the quarterback as he threw the football. You're absolutely right. Tipped balls usually result in interceptions. Washington's lucky that one hit the ground.
6:25 left in the LA Bowl, 38-3 Washington.
And Sterling Lane with his 2 sacks, the first defender there to Horton.
Get more playing time as the season's coming along. Sherrod will call for the fair catch at the 6. So on that punt, 43 yards and no return. Kohl's has the gifts on their wish list and yours all in one place. From beauty favorites and cozy outfits to hosting must-haves and top toys. Find great prices on presents for everyone at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Broncos take over on the 6-yard line after a punt. Cut forth under center. Riley in the backfield. They'll hand it to him on the right side. Nice hole. He'll get out across the 15 to the 16-yard line. Looks like it's a Mountain America first down and a gain of 10 for Riley.
Yeah, a little interesting by the operations, playing a little bit of music through that play, and the PA announcer kind of talking through it as well. Obviously, that's illegal.
But it worked out.
It worked out. We'll take any little moral victory at this point.
38-3 Washington. Again, Riley behind Cutforth. First down at the 16-yard line after a 10-yard run. Riley will carry again left side, and kind of the feet came out from underneath Riley as he was trying to cut. He'll get a couple to the 18-yard line. 2nd and 8 coming up for Boise State.
You see Dylan Wright a little frustrated with himself after that last carry. He had a little bit of room, but absolutely right, kind of tripped up on his feet. Almost similar to the spot where the defensive end tripped up on his interception against Max Cutforth.
Approaching 5 minutes to go in the LA Bowl. Washington 38, Boise State 3. 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right. Cutforth in the shotgun. Gets the snap from Holmes in the pocket. Throwing it down the middle in traffic. It's tipped up and incomplete. Alexander almost had a 2nd interception for the Huskies.
And, of course, a couple of those throws are going to happen just because of the situation, trailing by 35 points against Washington, almost having to force passing the football in tight windows. But, again, have to be a little bit careful on that one. Alexander could have easily gotten his 2nd interception. Boise State easily could have their 6th interception of the game after that last throw.
From the 18-yard line, Boise State needs to get to the 26 for a first down. It's 3rd and 8. Going to run the ball to Sherrod, and Sherrod will be tackled by Thompson, one of the defensive tackles. that hole closed down in a hurry. It looked like, I don't think Sherrod was going to get a first down, but I thought he was going to get more than he did. And Boise State now on 4th down. Looks like they're going to go for it on 4th down and 6.
4.5 minutes left to go. Might be the last time they see the ball.
Need to get to the 26-yard line. 38-3 Washington. Huskies may have been in the neutral zone. I don't see a flag down. Cut 4th down the middle, overthrew Caples, and the flag did finally come down. And I think Boise State's going to get a 4th down do-over, and instead of 4th and 6, they're going to have a 4th and 1.
Yeah, smart by Max Cutforth, too, knowing the situation, taking a deep shot on a free play to Latrell Caples, even though he missed.
Defense. 5-yard penalty, repeat 4th down.
Yeah, Washington really hasn't been all that great, really, on those hard snap counts by either Max Madsen or Max Cutforth. They've jumped offsides quite a few times today defensively.
Washington was 8-4 this season. Lost the 3 games they played against good teams, really good teams.
Elite teams.
And the games weren't really that competitive. Handoff Gaines up the middle on 4th and short. He's going to convert it. First down, Broncos at the Husky 28-yard line.
Yeah, you look at 3 of the 4 losses. Hosted Ohio State, lost that one 24-6. Ohio State's defense, very, very good. Then they traveled to Michigan, lost that one 24-7. Obviously, Michigan has a little bit of soul searching to do here in this next offseason. And Oregon losing in their rivalry game, 26-14 at home in Seattle.
And Washington, very similar to Boise State in their losses, didn't muster much offense. Boise State averaged 7 points in each of their 4 losses. In fact, that's what they had. Nice, powerful run straight ahead by Gaines. He's going to get about 8 yards out to the 35-yard line. But the Huskies in their 4 losses, Pete, averaged only 9 points.
Yeah, very similar. Either looked really, really good or looked kind of like poo-poo.
Broncos with a 2nd down and 3 from their own 35. Clock running down to 3:10 left. Interesting to see what the Pac-12 does with the schedule, whether they will take the teams you played last year on the road and switch them to home and vice versa. Run left side to Gaines, and unfortunately there's a lot of purple jerseys there, and he'll lose about 4. In other words, does Colorado State become a road game? Does Utah State become a home game, and then just kind of fill in with Oregon State and Washington State, kind of balance the schedule? Or does the Pac-12 diagram up a new schedule again? And maybe you have some teams that you either play 2 years in a row at home or 2 on the road.
Yeah, and I think the Pac-12, just kind of a blind guess, would assume just hit a hard reset and just set the schedule clean, how they want to do it moving forward, regardless of what happened this season. But looking over, one of the defensive coaches, I believe, for Washington had a big old egg on his forehead, bleeding a little bit from it. Probably took a headbutt from one of his defenders in celebration. Not very often you see a coach on the sideline just standing there bleeding.
I would guess Williams for Washington, the quarterback, will be the MVP of the game offensively.
Yep.
Boston probably maybe would get some choices. 6 catches, 125. And I'm going to guess that Alexander probably on the defensive side.
But you look at Williams, he has just 15 completions, but 214 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's a lot of damage on those 15 completions.
They're down for the Broncos and 8, all on their own 30, trailing at 38-3. Cutforth gets the snap, rolls the pocket right. Throws the ball right side. Caples with the catch. Mountain America first down and does a nice job getting feet inbounds and gets out of bounds at the 46, so we'll call it a gain of 16.
Yeah, great job by Latrell Caples, playing really one of the better games of the season, I think. He's been targeted 5 times, has 5 catches for 54 yards for Boise State.
Actually, I think the computer has an update. I think it might be a 6th catch. That would give him 145 catches for his career. Cutforth pass down the middle. It's caught by Penry. And another Mountain America first down inside the 35 to about the 32-yard line. Gain of 22 to Penry there.
And a nice thrown ball from Max Cutforth there as well. And lobbing that one in the hole of the Washington defense, delivering another strike to Chase Penry.
You're right about the catches, Pete. They turned the catch number, not the yard number, and we're down to the 2-minute timeout. 38-3, Washington in front. We'll take a final game action timeout. More to come on the Coca-Cola Bronco Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Select Health, we believe health insurance should be simple. And when we say simple, we mean simple. So we'll get right to the point. We'll never stop working to provide you with clear, easy-to-understand coverage and benefits that give you faster, better access to care. Because helping you get the care you need is the entire reason we exist. It's really that simple. Select Health. Insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
Welcome back to the LA Bowl at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. All Washington tonight. They lead at 38-3. The Broncos have mounted a pretty good drive here, Pete. 9 plays. They moved it 61 yards and have, with 2 minutes to go, a 1st and 10 on the Washington 33-yard line. Trying to get a touchdown in this game here towards the end of the contest.
Yeah, that'd be good for Boise State to score their opening possession and last possession, but unfortunately nothing in between.
Tough game for the Broncos coming off such a great performance in the Mountain West Championship game. Washington had the week off, coming off their loss to Oregon. Boise State did not have their 2 starting tackles. Dylan Matoyer was hurt last week against UNLV, and Cage Casey opted out to save himself for the NFL draft.
Yeah, and that part I'm okay with. But Cage Casey being a team captain, it would have done him no harm to find a flight down here to LA and support his team as a captain, as a leader, standing on the sidelines.
See if Boise State could pop one in. Crowd of a little better than 23,000 in attendance here at SoFi Stadium. Never been here. It's a beautiful stadium.
Almost doesn't even look like real life with all the different electrical banners and the Jumbotron that's not only internal but external. Little loop around the stadium. Yeah, it's unbelievable. If you haven't gotten down here, this is a great opportunity to see this stadium intimately with kind of a lower crowd attendance, about 23,200 announced in this one. If you haven't seen the stadium, come down and maybe catch a Chargers game and root for Scott Matlock, who I know is trying to get some votes to get in the NFL Pro Bowl.
Cut forth in the shotgun.
I was going to say, as a Niners fan, I'm not going to talk about the Rams right now. I'm not ready yet.
A lot of good teams in the NFC West. Cut forth blitz in the middle. Throws the ball right side and just out of the reach of Marshall. May have hit him in the back of the helmet. Incomplete.
Yeah, heavy blitz there from Washington caused Max Cutforth to throw it a little bit sooner than that route had Chris Marshall looking back. And you're absolutely right. That ball hit Chris Marshall on his back. Could have been potentially a big catch for Chris Marshall. It might even have been a touchdown. Chris Marshall just had no idea that ball was in the air.
1:56 left, 38-3 Washington, 2nd and 10. Boise State. 2 receivers to each side, Sherrod in the backfield. Cut forth, facing again a big middle blitz. Crunched as he throws it, but delivers it to Marshall at the 20, and Marshall will carry the ball inside the 10, down to about the 6-yard line. It'll be a gain of 25 on the play.
Yeah, nice job there by Max Cutforth. Again, another heavy blitz right in the interior offensive line gaps. Took a big hit, huge hit. That probably would have been a penalty in the NFL, but not in college. But to deliver the football accurately to Chris Marshall, Chris Marshall, he's the one guy that's an athletic freak for Boise State, the one guy that has to be causing issues for the defense, and he certainly did there.
First and goal at the Washington 8, inside the Coastline Equipment red zone. Back of the end zone, throwing the ball for Caples, in and out of his hands, hits the goalpost, and that makes the ball dead. So it's incomplete. Second and goal from the 8 coming up.
Yeah, that was almost eerily similar to the interception Max Cutforth threw in the back of the end zone as well. Just kind of lobbed it up there and crossed his fingers. Lucky that one hit the goalpost. It might have been intercepted if it got tipped and didn't hit it.
Second and goal at the 8 as the Broncos look for their game's first touchdown. We're down to 1:25 left. Two tight ends, one on each side of the line. Sherrod, the running back. Caples in motion to the right. Cutforth looking right. Cutforth now throws it back over the middle to Lauder. Lauder breaking tackles. Is Lauder in or he's short? No, he's in. Touchdown, Matt Lauder. Matt Lauder with his second touchdown of the season gets an 8-yard catch. Great running after the catch. Tough running, and the Broncos have cut the lead to 38-9.
Nice play design there from Boise State. It looked like it was going to be a rollout with Max Cutforth going to the corner. Instead, throw it back the middle of football field with the tight end screen and Matt Lauder dragging the defender into the end zone for Boise State's probably lone touchdown here at the LA Bowl.
94-yard drive on 13 plays. Had the ball for 5 minutes, 1 second. And the touchdown comes with 1:18 left.
An impressive drive by Boise State to go 94 yards in 13 plays to get that first touchdown.
Boomer on for the extra point. Try to get the Broncos into double digits. Nice snap by Hutton, nice hold by Doyle, and Boomer's kick is good. So it's now Washington 38 and Boise State with 10. Nice way for Lauder to end his career for the Broncos. He will leave as the third tight end as far as catches and yardage.
And Boise State's got a long history of excellent tight ends. That started by Jeb Putzier. Then Derek Schumann. I mean, lots of really good tight ends for Boise State. John Bates obviously playing with the Commanders. Boise State's been excellent at the tight end position for about 2 decades now. And one benefit of Boise State scoring that touchdown, get one last look at blitz, fetching that tee.
You can hear him.
Oh, he's fired. Every time you see him score, I mean, he triggers, knows, okay, I'm ready to rock, ready to operate.
Kyle Efaw, Jake Rowe, 2 other tight ends.
Tommy Gallardo was a good one.
Timeout. Washington, their third and final of the half. 30 seconds.
Washington will call a timeout. I think wanting to make sure that they cover an onside kick.
Now with a minute 18 left, I'm not sure an onside kick does you any good here.
Marshall and Caples and Lauder all going to finish with 5 catches tonight. Lauder had a really good year last year, 47 catches. A little shy of that this year. 5 catches will take him to 37. 5 catches will also take him to 97 catches on his career. And one of 3 tight ends over 1,000 yards in school history. Got to go for an onside kick, right? I mean, look at the way they're lined up.
Yep.
Lauder has the ball teed up pretty much straight up. Washington has everybody but the return guy up around the 50-yard line. See if they do it. Now the kick team for Boise State fans out. Boomer tries the onside kick, and the hop is played by Coleman, the running back, and he'll make the catch around the Bronco 45. Blitz will get his last tee. He's getting his close-up on the scoreboard.
You know, that's one thing about animals and pets, and especially dogs, even during the roughest of times, can seem to put a smile on your face somehow. As he barks and says, "Thanks, Pete." You're welcome, Blitz.
He did beat Gronk. Third quarterback in the game for Washington. This is Treston McMillan. And he will hand the ball off. And the pile will move for maybe 1 or 2 yards. Clock running with 1:07 left. This is where if you're out there for Boise State, you got to make sure you wrap up. Because you've got third, fourth string running backs out there for Washington. If they're not taking a knee, you got some guys out there that want to score.
They're motivated, no doubt. They want to join the highlight reel that the rest of the Huskies put on. So you're absolutely right. Boise State has to finish strong defensively. 45 seconds left now in the game.
Carr was the ball carrier on the last play. Carr again. Nice tackle by Sherrod Smith. I thought he really came on. You know, we talked about Phelps all season being a breakout guy. Sherrod Smith, when McCoy went down, I'm thinking, oh no, this is going to be a disaster at that corner spot. Smith has played extremely well.
Yeah, Marion McCoy was able to get first team all-conference this season, but Sherrod Smith, really outside of all the interceptions McCoy got, really couldn't really tell a difference.
No.
Nothing against Amari McCoy, but that says how well Sherrod Smith has played. Jed Fisher gets a Gatorade bath and maybe heads to Michigan tomorrow.
Handoff Carr again. Washington Smith going to wrap him up, and that's going to end the ball game. Tough night for Boise State. They do get into the end zone for a touchdown. Final score is going to be Washington 38 and Boise State 10. The Huskies have now won 3 pretty lopsided games in a row against Boise State and run the series against Boise State to 5 for them and 2 for us.
Yeah, and Boise State obviously with a little bit of soul searching of their own this next off season as well. Maddox Madsen and Max Cutforth, hopefully those two can compete along with a few other quarterbacks. It's really iron sharpening iron on that one. But Boise State needing to find a few playmakers for next season because they lose a lot of seniors, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
In our post-game show, we'll take a look at some of those seniors that will not be returning. Then you hope you can retain your non-seniors. You don't lose them to the transfer portal. And then I know they felt like they got a really good freshman class coming in. I think they had like 29 signees. But sometimes it's tough to count on freshmen to win starting spots.
Yeah, and really it's going to be interesting to see what Spencer Danielson does in the transfer portal too. Not sure if he's going to go really heavy on it. Maybe 6 to 12 players in the transfer portal, but they do need to find a few more playmakers as obviously they're outmatched today against a powerful Power 4 opponent in Washington.
38-10, the Huskies get the win. Washington will finish their season at 9-4, and Boise State with the loss will drop to 9-5 and be